Hello, everybody, and thank you once again for joining us on the WRC YouTube channel. Today, we're bringing you part 2 of the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2024-25 season individual finals. I'm Kyril. There are 2 places you can find me. First, on Twitch at It's Me Kyril, and secondly, on the Jankenron Discord server. We're about to enter our 4th season of the Jankenron League. If you're available during UK evenings, would like to take part in the next season, you have until the 22nd to apply. Get in touch with us on that server to be involved. The person at the controls today is Nathaniel, and we'll be hearing from him in games 2 and 3. But for game 1, I'll be joined by the wonderful Jen. Hello.
Hello.
If someone saw you and your adventures, where would they get to do that?
I love putting my name in words. Wait, what, did you? Did you ask me to talk about my adventures?
Yes, please.
Okay. Last month I went to Taipei. We played actually Reach Mahjong tournament, and then now we've been working on the English JPML channel. Lots of collaborations with the WRC channel, so super excited about that. And yeah, lots of Sankei Shimbun Cup all weekend, and then more Saikyo-sen team battle next weekend. We had a news show yesterday where we tell the Japanese audience all about like things that are happening outside of Japan in Reach Mahjong, and have a special guest. So we had the 2nd world champion Tomodake Pro yesterday, and he's just the best guest ever. Like, yeah, he's so good. I think that's all for now. That's a lot.
How did that Mahjong tournament in Taipei go? Because I remember the last time we streamed this, you were leaving to go, right? How did it go?
Right. So I got Kokshi on stream.
Nice.
Woohoo. So I put that in the news show yesterday too, and they're like, "Why do you only show the good parts?"
There are only good parts to show, I'm sure.
It was a really good trip. I think I'm supposed to go back to continue that Reach tournament, but it was really good. Zain, who is a WRC participant and also played in Valencia last December for the EMA championship. He also came to play in the Reach tournament. Really popular YouTuber in Taiwan. So it was really, really, just really good overall in Taiwan.
There was an interview video that was posted on the YouTube channel, right? I remember seeing that.
Yeah, the picture? What?
I think it was an interview, wasn't there? That you interviewed Zain.
Oh, yes. We did put an interview on the WRC channel. That's right, because he's going to come play in WRC this year as well. Yeah, he's just such a nice guy and so easy to work with. Really positive. And he speaks Japanese and English as well, so I don't have to use my broken Chinese.
Yeah, I did get that vibe from the interview. It's really good to watch. Yeah.
Yes, so in the chat, are you not sleepy, Jen? I am sleepy, but I'm just going to be here for one game. Yeah, there's so much prep work and everything going into these streams, but finally, I think for tomorrow and the next day, I won't be as pressed for time, so it should be really good. We have the quarterfinals today. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and then another sort of playoff match, and then finals on Sunday night, so...
Exactly, yeah. As Jen said, we are just here for one game later, and we'll be also hearing from Harrison and Korak. So if you enjoy those commentators, please stick around. But yeah,
I do. And I
do, absolutely. Our broadcast day is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. WRC, of course, is the World Reach Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, and next to which will be in Tokyo this July. It's so soon.
It's so soon. We did not finish everything we wanted to finish beforehand, but it's still going to be really... I mean, that's just a personal thing. The event itself is going well, and everything's going to be awesome. But
oh yeah, I hope everyone really enjoys Tokyo. But yeah, we are the WRC YouTube channel, and if you're enjoying our broadcasts, please give our little videos a like, maybe even a subscribe. That bell thing's looking mighty ringable right now. I'm just saying.
Ding dong. See that? Oh, my bell is already rung.
Oh. Maybe unring it and then ring it again. No, but still. We are here today, though, for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. How did we get here to the individual final? Let me take you back in time a month. The Sankei Shimbun Cup had 84 teams. 64 teams from Tokyo played the Sept League. 20 teams played the Orb League in Western Japan. The highest scoring player in the Orb League and 2 winners of individual playoff there, we didn't get to see, and their spot in the finals we're about to watch today. We did get to see a lot of that Scepter League, though, including their individual playoffs. The top 7 players in the Scepter League made it to the final for free, but the next best 29 battled each other for the 14 remaining spots. Our very own Team WRC member, Lika, was there battling too. She sadly didn't make the cut, but if we turn up the 3 Orb League players and the 21 Scepter League players, we have 24 people in the finals we'll be seeing today. It will have 3 stages. First up, all 24 players will be assigned into groups of 4 and will play 3 games against one another. The top 2 in each group advance. We saw 3 matches on the stage yesterday, and we're watching the final game of the remaining 3 groups today. Next up, it's the killer round. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, so 6 tables and top 2 from each table advance. We got to see the third game of Table C yesterday at the end of the broadcast. So today we're watching D, E, and F. So every single game that we watch today will be the final game that decides which to move on. So that's really nothing but excitement.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. But yes, after that we'll have what I'm calling the killer round, because we have 12 players on 3 tables. They all play 1 hand-chan each. Only the winner makes the top final 4. It's going to be quick. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
That is tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, as is mentioned in the chat, we are on a delay, so we split each 1 day of broadcast for the Sankei Shimbun Cup of the Japanese broadcast. We split it into 2 days. So the first day happens just hours after the play finished, and then we split it up into 2 days. So we have 3 games a day instead of 6, which I think works well for the overseas crowd. If you've already watched the Mondo one, then you know what happens, but we can still hopefully offer you some fun commentary on the matches. And if you haven't watched them yet, it will be exciting times.
Yeah, at the very least, we haven't seen it. At least I haven't seen it. I don't know if Jen's seen it. I haven't. But
I mean, I edited the videos, but yeah, I made sure to have my eyes closed while I was editing.
Yes, so you can look forward to that second round tomorrow on Saturday. But Kyle, you say 12 divided by 4 is 3. Who's the 4th player who makes the finals? If you're saying that, you're very observant. I like it. And you're right. The first game we'll see on Sunday will decide who earns that last spot for the final 4. And on Sunday, we'll watch that game and 2 more, as the final 4 play 2 rounds against each other. There can only be 1 winner, and I can't find out to see who takes the trophy. But first,
we've got to finish that top 24. Trophy too. It's a massive trophy, by the way. It's it's huge. It's a huge trophy.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Are we going to have footage of the winner holding a trophy? Yes! We have
footage of the winner. We'll have an exclusive sort of so in the English commentary the play-by-play is always done by Tsui-Pro. He is just an incredible commentator and interviewer. He will be interviewing the winner specifically with questions aimed for our WRC audience. So no matter what you've seen, nobody has seen that interview. So that will be fun as well. And that will be played after the finals on Sunday.
That's going to be really exciting. Wow. Yeah. But in order to get to that final 4, we've got to get through the top 24 stage. Who, in their final game, will pass this test, and who will have to try again next season? First up, we're watching Table D. In the East seat, we have Aoi Yonoshiro, representing Team Mahjong Pro Keirinbu from SPM.
Yes,
in the South seat, we have Chifumi Yamawaki, representing Team Ulceris from JPML. In the West seat, we have Mei Takashima, representing Team Mazebar from SPM. And in the North seat, we have Yukiko Izumi, representing Team Hachioji Keo from JPML. Do we have a screen for the scores going into this final game for them?
We do not.
Or should we just get right to it? In that case, we'll be able to see their scores once the game starts. Good luck, everybody.
They will be on the screen, so There we go. Look at tables D, E, and F. Of course, A, B, and C already finished. So table D is starting their third game. Table E is starting their second game right there. And table F would be starting their first game right there. So that it is all staggered exactly so we can see just the third game of each table.
And there are the scores. So it looks like first place is quite far ahead right now with a plus 102.5. But
Yeah, that's a
top two
massive
make it
lead.
through. And the gap between second and fourth is basically 2 positions. Or first place, right? I think pretty much.
I mean, yeah, first place is pretty much a guaranteed 40 points. So anybody can still make it. You only have to get the scores do not carry over, so you really just have to get a second place here overall.
Yes, that's a really good point. So yeah, it doesn't matter how much you win by, as long as you are top 2 at the end of this game, because the scores will be reset. We are already seeing a massive amount of aggression. Tom.
We have another Gen term. We coined last month Gen Shanten. How many away you are, not from Ready, but from Yakuman.
You guys have to start using
Normally.
that.
So like this would be 1, 2, 3, 4 away from 3. Sorry, the last one was 3 away from Suanko. Which sounds really close.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? The issue is that 3 away from Suanko means you've got to draw 3 of 6 tiles, usually, which is not a whole lot of tiles that actually advance your hand, sadly.
I mean, it's like actually about 12 tiles if you have 2 floaters and 3 pairs. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
And look, that even got closer. Now it's only 2 away from Suanko.
You're not wrong. I would love to see it. I really would. Did just see, I believe, Dora 2, though, drawn by Yamawaki. So maybe you don't make a Yakuman, but that's what I got.
Well, as we get to the end, then some players will actually have Yakuman conditions. So you'll see some players going for it. Whether or not they get it or not is of course a different story. But you will definitely see people aiming for it.
Yeah, I don't think any of the players here need to necessarily get a Yakuman right now, but maybe for later games, if the gaps are bigger, then you are absolutely right?
Yeah, there will be a screen at the before the last hand of each game that shows what the conditions are. Of course, that's in Japanese. We haven't been able to translate that screen yet, but you will see the screen. I think we'll have that screen available for the final table, but it's just a little bit too much to get them ready for each of the tables here on such short time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you do a lot of work rushing the video files from the official sources to our own. I guess our own is also official.
Yeah, we're getting better and better. So we'll have, I think this year, the next season starts in June, and we'll have lots more content and lots more stuff. We'll be more organized, and we all know what we're doing now, somewhat. So it should be a really good season as well.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I was getting really excited for in Takashima's hand was that chance of that, I think, 2-3-4 mixture sequence. But it's just not quite. Maybe it's like I think we've got a 1-2-3, a 2-3-4, and a 1-3-5. It's just not quite there yet. But I was getting excited. Unfortunately, yeah, we're taking a slightly safer route here, cutting the 2 of characters there. Still can get to Tenpai.
Yonashiro is kind of keeping that Suanko ability alive, actually. She's been studying the Gen Shantens.
One thing I actually haven't been checking is I should be checking to see how many of her pairs have been played by other players. Are they all live? Or at least as far as she knows, are they all live?
I mean, yeah, from her perspective, they must be. Otherwise, I think you would shift to all pairs pretty quickly.
So we have our first Tenpai from Izumi. Yamawaki 1 away. Are we going to have a battle on our hands? To be fair, the 6 of bamboo there is a pretty risky tile at this point to discard. See a few 4s out, but that doesn't really give much information about that 6, and it will potentially do it to Yonashiro if she manages to get to Tenpai. And keeps that. Oh, But here it is. That's the tempo we're talking about.
Yamaki reaches
So,
Minpin Dora. Each Pinfu and Dora in that hand. Of course, there is Ippatsu and Ura in these rules.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to reach a hand like that in this situation. We do have one player who probably is tempo based on the amount of calls that she's made. Obviously, those 2 calls there, but I don't see a huge amount of value from her discards. It doesn't look like she's necessarily flushing with those 2 calls. So, absolutely, if you've got Pinfu, you've got Dora, big fan of that reach. Will it pay off, though?
And Yamaki really has to be like super aggressive and try and command the table in this game. Izumi just has to get above Takashima, basically. And Yonoshiro just doesn't really have to do much. Even getting last place here would not probably put her, unless it's a massive last place, it probably wouldn't put her low enough to drop into third, just second. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of how Izumi managed to... She broke a Tenpai, but also maybe had the chance of upgrading to a half flush there. But the important thing is that if she'd played that 5-pin, she would have dealt into this Pinfu, so... Absolutely correct to play it safe, maybe get a bit more value if you're lucky, but take that slower route.
Yeah, and you see her choose who she's going to go up against as well. Since she has to be above Takashima, Yamawaki is so far behind that the other players probably aren't very worried about that right now, except for that in the first place.
I missed that minus 94. Why did I think that was plus? I thought it was oh no, I read that as minus 34 when I first looked at it. Oh no, it's actually worse than I thought.
It's minus 94, but with the first place and depending on who is in last place, she definitely does have a chance to jump up into the second place spot. I mean, just having 2,000 or 3,000 points above the other players already brings her up, almost 40 points. So
yeah, exactly.
And we'll go into her dealership, Yamawaki's dealership.
Yeah, Yamawaki quite lucky there with the chance of the double east. She's also... Actually, I do think we're going to be seeing all the non-Manzu tiles get discarded. I was thinking maybe she doesn't have to go for a flush, but why not? Also, East is Dora. Sorry, I didn't realise that. This has become a very interesting hand. The call of the 9-man does...
I'm sure if she tempais first, she'll keep those bamboos on the edge there, but wants something that's easy to call and that she doesn't have to call the Dora with. So that's why going for the flush is a little bit advantageous there.
Yes. Yeah, there's a very narrow range of hands you can do when you've made a call like a 9-man triplet, but when you've got that much value, I don't think you really care about giving the other players information on what you're building.
I mean, the trick is you never know if the Dora is going to be discarded at all later in the hand, so you don't want to be stuck just calling for that to get your Yaku.
Exactly, yeah. And we can see that no one is currently holding an East, which means they're both in the wall somewhere. Oh! There's our third East. Getting that close Dora 3. Double East.
Yeah, just winning that hand would bump her up into third place and make the rest of the uphill battle a little bit easier.
And if we keep drawing character tiles here, the 8 doesn't connect to anything just yet, but definitely a very welcome sight. The one thing that we know is going to slow down her hand, though, is we do see that triplet of the 3 of characters there, and the 4-3 of characters sitting here in Yonoshiro's hand. Meaning that
Oh,
1-2
nice fill
is
in
going
for
to be very slow.
Yamawaki fills in another middleweight.
Yeah, drawing the 7 though does help a lot. Exactly. Questions could be, how do we resolve this 1-2-4 shape when we just don't draw? It's Tenpai waiting on the 3 of characters, but there are no 3 of characters available.
They are all stuck in Takashima's hand right now. And one here in Yorashiro's hand.
You can always change to a pair weight if we can draw the 1 or 2 characters there. But we'll see. There's a reach! 4-7-4. I think just reach me for Tanyao. Say just is actually still a very, very, very strong hand.
Yamawaki has dealers locked in, so even though we know she has no more winning tiles available, she's not going to be able to fold that at all, even against the reach.
Yes, exactly. Although I do think it's very unlikely that our dealer here is going to deal in. At least not on the 4, right? Because if she draws the 4, she'll use it. More than likely.
True.
But there's a 4! There's one of them.
Yeah, and that's not coming out from anyone else's hand either.
Yeah, exactly. Doing a bit of counting right now to see how many 4s and 7s we see. I think my count is 7, unless there's a 4 or 7 in the discards. So it's literally 1 versus 0 right now. Neither of these Tenpais are that likely to win, and we're probably going to just see an exhaustive draw. But then will it benefit both players? The unfortunate drawing of the door that late. There's no way you can play it.
Alright, and 2 ready players. And we'll see Yamawaki get one more turn at dealer in this East round.
Although, interestingly, that does put Takashima from, I guess, shared second with 2 other people into actual second. And we can see her score shoot up because of that. Obviously, it's way too early to rely on score gaps, but it's always interesting when you see ties appear.
Yeah, and that puts Yamawaki just 400 points away from 3rd place. It would be best for Yamawaki to put Takashima into last place and Izumi into 3rd place. That would be the easiest way for her to get up into 2nd place, which is, very specific conditions. I've only seen one player, I think. Yeah, I've seen... Okay, I don't know if it was actually true, but I was under the impression that this older guy who ran the Mahjong parlor that I used to play at in college, and he would, if the college kids would come and play, and if they only had 3 or they were waiting for someone, he would jump in on the table, and just the sweetest guy ever. His granddaughter would come to the parlor, even though kind of not allowed, but best parlor ever, best man working there ever. And I swear when he was playing with those college kids, he could just decide who was going to be first, who was going to be second, and who was going to be third, just by winning hands and putting them together.
Himself, but giving the wins to other people somehow. That's an interesting superpower.
That is the only person I've ever heard being able to do that. I do suspect perhaps that Sawazaki, depending on the opponent, Sawazaki might also have a sort of similar power, but that has not been proven to me.
I see. Where might I learn this power? I like the sound of that. Obviously, you could use it for evil. Just always win yourself, but if someone's been playing for a while and they haven't had a lucky break, just give them a little nudge.
I mean, yeah, that's the next step after being able to always win yourself.
Yeah. Either way, though, a huge advancement here, and that is a reach. So, potentially all simples, if we see the 4 of Bamboo there. But either way, Pinfu Dora 1 with the reach. And early, too. Izumi's here to get into second place. And with an Ipatsu Sumo on the best side, that 4 of Bamboo. And flipping an Uradora. We're going to see Izumi second in this battle for top 2.
That is a massive blow to Yamawaki's dealership.
Reach, Pinfu, all simples. Dora 2. Sumo, Ipatsu. If I missed something, I might have missed something. Still, what a huge lead for Izumi going into East 3. And there were 2 Reaches 6 and 2 Honda.
Yeah, that's a massive first place. It puts her above Takashima, who came into the game in second place.
So Takashima trying to defend her lead. She's not that far behind. If she can get into second here, then currently she's still ahead in terms of the overall scores. But in third, it's not good enough. Takashima needs to do something right. Well, needs to do something in the next 5 hands. But still, soon, hopefully.
Yonashiro, yeah, I'll be interested to see where Yonashiro starts to make some moves. Yeah, she doesn't need to take big risks, but it would be beneficial for her to win some hands and get the. She doesn't want, 2 dealers to have a lot of continuances and build up scores.
Yeah, that's
that
very
put her
fair.
in last place.
Like, even if she did take a last, I think she's still pretty safe. It would have to be like a very negative last, I believe. But
yeah, that's definitely true. If
you are right.
Players, if Takashima were in had a huge second place and Izumi had a huge first place, and they had all of Yonashiro's points, I think there is still a chance. So there is a possibility that she'll have to make some moves somewhere. But look at Izumi's hand ready. Does not wait for the possible Rianpeiko. Just reach as dealer.
So we were just talking about Yonashiro making some moves. There it is.
Oh, sorry. Yonashiro. I don't know why I thought it was Izumi.
Potential pure sequence 2, I believe, with the 2 Dora. Potentially a very, very valuable hand. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right, though. Like, there is definitely an argument if you're just trying to move the game along to not even reach that, right? Just try and click to win. But Yonashiro doesn't want to just move the game along. She is going for value, and I respect that too.
Well, I think the thing is the Dora, not the Dora, the pair is a green dragon. So the pair was not a value tile.
Oh, that's
and
a good
she was
point.
able to get Pinfu, then yeah, she would probably not reach it.
It's Pinfo. It's a fake Pinfo. I'm sorry. Yes.
Exactly, yes. It's Pinfo, and she got the wrong side in the characters to get a twin sequence. So she would have been able to win only on the 8 dot.
That's fair. There is an 8 dot here in Izumi's hand that isn't really doing anything. I don't think she's going to play it unless her hand gets a lot better very quickly. But there is an 8 dot there that's just not helpful.
Actually, it's a really good hand for Takashima. Something she might want to push back with even. Because Takashima has to end above Izumi as yeah, I think almost. Yeah, definitely has to end above Izumi. Basically, they're 1 point, one place difference in their scores.
We see Takashima Khan, an open Khan. I think that's an interesting decision, all things considered. Considering she's not that close to Tenpai. But maybe giving Yonashiro more value, perhaps. might be in her interest. Because she's nowhere near Tenpai herself. Either way, we have done a bit of accounting, and Yonashiro has 3 tiles left to win on. So we could see Asuma anytime soon. But we'll see where those remaining 5s and 8s are.
And this is Tenpai, yeah, for Takashima. It's interesting because she did make that con to kind of want to commit after you've made an extra Dora, but she does break Tenpai. And
with only 2 tiles remaining,
Yonashiro draws the more expensive side, finds an Uradora as well. I can't tell if that's another Uradora.
I think it was the Condor was hers, but the Ura were 2 wins, I believe there. So no Uradora.
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right.
But the Con did give her an extra Dora, so absolutely you're right in that regard. And Yonashiro manages to claim 2nd place in this game. We were just talking about how she wanted to go for value, she wanted to go for a bit more points. She couldn't just take a 4th. And by winning, of course, we move the game along. So everything is going in her favour right now. But also, Yonashiro getting a big Tsumo does mean that Takashima has to pay the dealer side of that. So Izumi benefits quite a lot from that Khan as well. The gap between Izumi and Takashima widening just a little bit more.
Yeah, with the dealer pay-in that Takashima was responsible for that hand. It's a big difference. She just has to be ahead of Takashima. She doesn't even need that 20,000 point difference, but
I think.
Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I'm totally wrong. God, I'm like.
I think she manages to still win this.
If she needs. Yeah, you're. I was looking at the wrong marks above.
Yeah.
So Takashima does not. Yeah, as long as Izumi is not 1st place, Takashima does not need to be ahead of Izumi. Izumi has to be ahead of Takashima. God.
We have 2 players flashing right now. Yonashiro and Yamamoaki both on their own suit flushes. Very excited about this potential full flush here from Yonashiro. 5-hand open, 6-hand closed. Would love to see it. Especially if we can get some of those 8 of Bamboo Dora on top. But it's one of those situations when you know 2 players are flushing, and they're flushing in different suits. Oftentimes I just decide when I'm in a situation like that, you know what, I'm out. You guys can have fun. But in a high stakes game like this, you don't want to be out. So it's tricky.
Yeah, it definitely changes from the league play that we've been watching all season.
Oh, and another Dora!
Yeah, draws Yonashiro, the person who needs these hands the least.
Yes.
But she didn't get that over 100 points from, sitting on the sidelines, so
exactly,
she's carrying that momentum with her into the last game.
I do think it's very interesting how Yamamoaki... I mean, she needs a massive win too. So she's staying closed. The opportunity she had there was to call the 5-pin. But, yeah, from her position, she needs a big win. So getting it closed for that extra hand and maybe reach on top. Yeah, I respect it. If the scores were closer, I would absolutely call that 5-pin. But yeah, Wacky needs those points.
Yeah, it's so different from ladder games where you're just aiming for a certain place and to not get a certain place. And now this is a time where you have to actually build value for Yamamoaki. Izumi with another reach.
Yeah, we were talking about value, but Izumi first attempt by waiting on, I believe, that 9 of characters for Riichi Pinfu. But 6-9 will do it. See a couple 6s in the discards. See a lot of 9s discarded already. But if that 9 comes out from Yonashiro, Izumi is going to pick it up. Will Yonashiro
Yeah,
give up
it's
on his
hard
hand?
to think Yonashiro would go for the hand and not just fold.
Hmm.
She doesn't, need to take extra risk that would deal into anybody.
That's fair. Also, we were mentioning Jen Shanten. I just noticed the fact that we saw Wacky collecting dragons there. Still far away from the big three, but
Yeah,
definitely
Yonashiro now
respect.
collects 2 9 characters, and
Yeah, she can
yeah,
still win 7
Yamawaki.
pairs using that pair of 9 characters. She's got a pair of the Dora. She's got quite a few pairs of other tiles too. I was more counting it as pure sequence, but what, 4? This is just 4, was it 4 or 5?
Yamawaki, wow, look at this.
Oh. This is a hard thing to give up, but the
It's
White Dragon
Tempai.
is once cut, so there's no reason not to. Oh, it's about the reach. I see. So, needing the 8 of pins, the 8 dots there for that pure double sequence. Ricci half flush closed with a triplet of dragons. Very nice hand, if and only if that 8 of dots is played by someone. I don't think it's going to be. We see 1 in her hand, I believe, 1 in Takashima's hand, and we see 1 discarded. You never know. That does mean there's 1 left.
Takashima fights for that Tempai. She does need to fight for every point that she can to try and get Izumi within a range that will put her back into second place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary thing to do. Sort of, to attack while also defending.
Trying to decide if that 9 bamboo is safe enough to discard. Doesn't matter, she'll maintain the Tempai. It was just for the Tempai and not for the win, but Izumi will win it instead. Neat Pinfu Sumo with a Noadora, I think.
I believe it was the 5 characters, so the 6
Yeah.
she sumoed on would in fact give her
Oh,
one
was it the
extra Dora.
9? Ugh. No, I was having a little bit of trouble seeing, I guess. I thought it was the
Either
9
way,
for some reason. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, Manpin Sumo Dora.
Either way, though, this is amazing for Izumi. She's still going to have to defend it for the rest of the East round and the South round, but she has that lead right now. She can make top 2. She can make the top 12. She'll be going again, though, with an actually pretty decent start from my first appraisal. We've got a pair. We've got a... okay, only 1 full sequence, but still.
Doesn't matter. The fewer full sequences you have, the easier it is to complete them.
Exactly. Yeah, there are no bad hands, just some that need more work than others. Still, though, that 4-pin draw definitely helps a lot, completing a 2-3-4 there. Helps confirm her Dora. Nawaki managing to complete a triplet. I don't know if she's going to be going for Yakuman hands, but maybe that's what you're thinking about now in East 4. Maybe if you draw a triplet, you're like, hang on, can I make Swanko? I need 32,000 points from somewhere. Second Dora. But just sent
Does
back.
not need it yet. Just
I
trying to
very
maintain the
aggressive, Dora.
dealership as long as possible. And also, yeah, it does kind of get in the way and slows her hand down.
That's true. I end up sacrificing a lot for Dora. Yamaki drawing another pair. I do think she's going to go for that 4 concealed triplets, Yaku. It's so unlikely, but at the same time, when you need the points, you need the points.
Izumi has 3 open-endeds that she has to decide between and decides to get rid of the 7-8 character.
I love the 8 cut. Because not only is you need to get rid of the overlap between 4, 5, and 7, 8, of course, but by keeping 4, 5, 7, you've got the 4, 5, but if you draw the 6, you've got that 5, 6, 7 mixed triple sequence. I think that's incredible. Just keeping in mind like the chance of another Yaku, always thinking about what you could win, maximizing all that potential value. Speaking of Sanchoku, 3, 4, 5. for
Yeah, Yamawaki
Yamawaki.
Tenpai. Is it? I think that's Tenpai. She did not reach Ishante.
So
To
let's have
take
a
a
look
look
at
again.
it.
I was wrong with my eyes today.
We've got the 8-9.
Oh, that's a pair. Yeah, it's a
Mm.
triple and not a pair. God. Good thing I'm only here for one game, guys.
And yeah, if we'd drawn
That will be
the
Tenpai.
6 of
There we go. I
characters, we'd
saw
have
this
that.
Tenpai.
Yeah, I do love the fact that she drew the 6 of characters. She'd have that 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, but we drew the 5 pin first. We go for the better weight and to guarantee pin for you. Big fan, but we'll see. Yamawaki, I think, is going to attack into this, especially if he manages to pair up the 8 or the 9 pin there. Don't think she's currently at risk of dealing in, though. This is Tenpai for Yonoshiro, if she's willing to, but no, she plays the...
Yeah, if there wasn't a reach, we might have been a different story, but with the reach on the board, it's just, yeah, very subpar weight, and the Dora was safe to the dealer. Another Tsumo.
Izumi continues to the dealership. Don't think we saw any error flipped, but who cares? When you just keep winning. And I guess this feeds into what you were saying, right? With the score of Yonoshiro. If Izumi just keeps winning and keeps scoring points, I guess another player would have to do the same thing to really challenge that massive lead, but...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, if Yonoshiro dropped into third place, or last place, it would be another plus 10 and minus 20, another 30-point swing down. So still not that close to second place, but if that were Takashima, taking all the points away from her in that case, then she would really start to enter the danger zone there.
Yeah, Takashima has what, minus 40? Or, yeah, it's just under minus 40. So if we applied that to Yonoshiro, it would be a little bit scary. A little bit scary. But either way, here we are. 2 repeat counters in East 4. Our dealer with a very good hand once again. Izumi's here to make a difference.
Yonoshiro also has a great hand again.
Oh, interesting. I don't talk about Itsu very often, but just missing the 8 and 9 pin to make that happen. And even if you don't get Itsu, you get that nice 3-sided weight, potentially. So, definitely something I would be thinking about if I were the dealer. Speaking of Itsu, just missing the 3 and 4 for Yamawaki, but maybe we can squeeze some extra value out of that hand. I was still about Itsu, but now we've got Dora 2. These things make you shake your faith in certain things. You're going to change what you're doing. You're going to change your way of thinking.
Takashima stuck with too many blocks. It's going to have to decide where to drop one, but they're all open-ended, so it's a really tough choice. That would be Tenpai for Yonoshiro. No Yaku, so she's going to reach again. Yamawaki does not hold back anything. The 6 dot is safe, though. And that did force Takashima to decide what to do, but Izumi decides to try and keep her dealership and goes up against it and deals right in Ippatsu.
Ura 3-2, I believe. That's an 8. That is an 8-man, right? It is a bit blurry, but that's an 8. Yeah, yeah. The power of Riichi. Sometimes you might only have... You might have 0 Yaku. You might have no value at all. But with the power of Ippatsu, with the power of Uradora...
It is a big deal-in, but that's the player that Izumi had to worry about the least, since Yonoshiro's spot is pretty much already guaranteed. It would have been way worse to deal into Takashima.
Exactly so. So we move into the south round. Yonoshiro has a pair of East. She is a dealer, so even though it is a south round, it's still worth points to her. So, but I think we're going to be seeing a call of the East from her. Not this time. I would be thinking about ways of moving this game along. Unless I could find a lot of value, I would probably just let it go by no 10. Either way, though, we do see a potential 7 pairs hand from Yamawaki. I love the fact that she's still trying to find value, right? Like, she's got a win condition, and it's not necessarily just to win every hand. It's to actually sort of find value somewhere. And I love the fact that she's not only going for 7 pairs, but potentially 7 pairs and a half flush. She's really doing whatever she can to squeeze out every single point. And I love that. Yamawaki.
Yeah, when it's her turn at dealer, then we'll probably see a little bit more aggression in the speed. But right now she still has some time to try and build that value to give her an easier time later. I don't think there's gonna be any easy time for her in this Hanshan, but yeah, it does get a little bit better if you can gather some more points beforehand.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you've just got to know your win condition, and if it's not a nice win condition, you just got to try, right? Like, better that than giving up. So, absolutely.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, she did draw Dora, so if she's going to go for the half flush route, Dora 2, half flush, worth the same. Don't necessarily have to force the bamboo out anymore.
You can also note that Izumi has the advantage of last dealer in this case. As long as she's far enough ahead of Takashima in the last hand, she can just choose to say no 10 to end the game and lock her place in second place.
Yeah, that's very true. Something you can't always do online. I guess you can always just make your final discard a tile that puts you out of Tenpai, but yeah. Oh no! Yamawaki cuts the Dora because I guess it was safe, or she decided she wasn't keeping it that long, and then immediately draws a pair. Obviously, she gets the closed half flush. It's going to be worth more points, but Dora 2 7 pairs would be quite a nice hand to win.
Yeah, hopefully it will pay off in giving her better weight options.
2. And
that
here is our first reach. 1 4-pin.
Takashima trying to make up any points to catch up with Izumi.
Yeah, Takashima really only needs to get second place, although maybe the gap right now is big enough that she needs a big second, but yeah, being in last is the worst place you could be right now for her, unfortunately. If she does take this 1-pin from Yonoshiro, Yonoshiro's never going to play it. She will happily pass on her dealership, not take any risks, be very disciplined. One thing I often talk about is you've got to be careful around tiles, around that Reachy tile. Why would you cut a 3-pin when you're at Tenpai? Is it because you've got something like 2-3-3? That is what we see today, making that 1 super dangerous.
Yeah, it's the straddle Suji. It's really just a direct translation in Japanese. Matagi Suji. Matagi means when you're straddling something. You got one leg on each side of something.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, I like the term. I think it's really, even in English, it's very descriptive and easy to remember.
By the way, let's do a bit of counting of the 1 and 4 pin, because I think we see quite a few of them discard already.
And there's another one, Yonoshiro's hand, that's not coming out either. Of course, Yamawaki's hand is a flush, but there's at least possibly the last 1 dot there.
Yeah, I think my count was 5, so there were 3 left. And we did see one of them eventually in Takashima's hand. It's going to be really huge for her. Getting 1 position back. Still got some ways to go, but only 27 points. You can make 27k. 1 position will do 20k of that. So, if you can get 1 position and 20,000 points over taking Yonoshiro, that will absolutely do it for you. As we move on to South 2, Yamawaki needs this. She needs
Yeah,
to...
pushing Yamawaki is just having a really rough day. Pushes her down into last place. But pushing Takashima up into third place, and that means that the gap with Izumi is really actually not very big. And she has plenty of time with her own dealership to try and make up that difference as well.
Yeah, definitely one thing that I will say that is no shade to Yamawaki. She definitely has sacrificed efficiency for value a lot this game. And I respect it entirely because of the position that she's in this final. Like, these are not the moves you would be making in a single one game where there's no real stakes.
Yeah, or even a league game in the middle of the season.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, that's a dealership. Any hand will do as long as she's the one who wins it, so we'll see. We say that, but at the same time, this fourth one is pretty nice.
I always like to point out the shape in Izumi's hand on the left there, 3-3-5-7-7. Super efficient shape that you want to watch out for in your own games as well.
Exactly.
3, 4, 6, 7 are all useful for that shape. Wow, look at Yamawaki's hand.
Either a triple repair or a sequence of repair, exactly. Drawing the 1, I guess kind of helps. It lets you just draw a 2 as well. But, yeah, not the ideal.
But yeah, Yamawaki wants to do it. As dealer, you want to get to Tenpai as quickly as possible, but
I think we are going to see
there's so much potential value, yeah. Okay.
Oh, imagine she gets this closed.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, with the Dura, she doesn't even have to be closed for it to get a lot of value.
Yeah. I'm just about to say, I would have absolutely called the first chance I get. But the tiles haven't really come for her. The Manzit are way too useful for Yonoshiro. And Yonoshiro probably is onto her at this point, having discarded no honor tiles and mostly only Sozu tiles. It's only bamboo. But
yeah,
not a single man tile either.
Yeah, the pair of 4s at the end there too is sort of a giveaway.
Yeah.
Both from the hand.
Are we going to see a call? No, we're not. The 9 of characters does not get called. I might have pawned that. We would have been left with a 7, 8, 9, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have faulted a pawn for that. It's just so much value, and you can sort of start a streak.
Yes, exactly. Oh no, the 6, 7, 8 hidden inside. That makes sense, actually. Hang on. Yeah.
Yeah,
you could have conned it, I guess.
It gives you. Well, you can pawn, and it gives you other chances to call tiles later, and also you can always do the Adacon later too.
That also makes sense. Yeah.
9-8-7-6-5-5-5 shape is definitely not bad, and if you get other tiles, but she will pawn the 2.
Absolutely. This is Tenpai, waiting on the 1 of characters. How many 1s remain, actually? I think there aren't that many.
Yanashiro's, I'm out of that.
Oh, but
A
here's
7?
a swap.
This is a massive weight. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, no 9s left, but
No 9s left, but I think you're right. Yeah.
Just making sure that she has all of the weights in her head, so she doesn't miss a win there. Unfortunately, everybody is, I'm sure, scared of discarding Monzo at this point, so
yeah,
she will have to draw it, and she is using a fair number of those tiles herself already.
Something I do occasionally with friends is play a single suit mahjong, where you just shuffle 2 suits out of the wall, and it's always fun to be like, okay, so what's my weight? just working through it, trying to figure it out.
The next step.
And there it is.
Oh, massive.
Not a single door, sadly, but
oh, sorry.
still.
Oh, did I read the door wrong too? I read the door wrong too.
Yeah,
So that would,
unfortunately, the 4 is the actual Dora, not the Dora indicator.
yeah,
But
just
still,
Mangon hands.
Dealer Mongun is still going to be very, very nice for Jabberwocky. I would not complain at all.
I'm
It is
gonna
the
do so
first step
much
in a
better
long
after I
journey.
sleep tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we're feeling so much better.
That brings her up into third place. Still a huge difference, but this is the time that she needs to just continue as dealer for as long as possible.
Yes, exactly. I think we still got that. I think we still got that 80-minute time limit, but you never know. We could be here for the entire duration in South 2 for Yamawaki getting win after win after win. You never know.
I mean, I guess you can count how many Mangans she needs to overtake that. It's probably less than it feels, depending on who she wins from. How many Oya Mangan? How many Oya Haneman would it take to get to the
Is
center
20
of a
points.
Tootsie Pop?
Second to first is 40 points. That's 60 if she can get forward. If she can get first. And then we still have another. Goodness. 50 points.
Yes,
to
so
go.
right here it's 130 point difference from second place, right?
Right. 5 dealer Mangans to do it. Maybe 4. So between 4 and 5. Have to get a calculator out.
She can put Izumi into third place and Takashima into last place. Then it's not quite as far as it feels. Takashima already in last place, so she really needs to just put Izumi into third place and take that first place. Easy.
Yeah.
God, it's so much math.
That's what Mahjong is. It's just math and stats. Great.
We added the Uradora so we didn't need to do math anymore.
This is why in most games, right between South 3 and South 4, everyone's allowed to get a pen and paper out.
Yeah, that's true.
Work
We
out the
will
gaps.
see that here as well.
Yeah, you edited it out, which is really nice on us, the viewers, but so thank you. But yeah. Oh, it looks like Yamawaki's going for 7 pairs here, which is a slow Yaku, but certainly a possible Hanuman if she can get some Dora here. The Dora being, of course, it's not being shown, but it is the red dragon. I don't know why the Dora's not being shown, but they'll figure it out.
Make sure you like the stream, please. We're working hard to bring you as much content as possible, and we'd like to keep bringing it to you. So every like, every view, every follow helps.
Yes, exactly. We appreciate everyone who supports the stream, whether it's by watching or spreading the word or just like clicking that follow button. Exactly. I appreciate all of you. Oh, and another pair for our dealer
There
here.
it is.
The Reachy stick comes out. Waiting on the white dragon. So we see 2 of them
White
here.
dragon is not Dora here.
It's not, no.
Not.
That's maybe a good thing, right? Because you wouldn't want to necessarily be the person waiting on Dora. Although I guess you'd always just draw it yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
it might have
the
2
value.
players. Oh, no,
Takashima is ready with the flush. Green dragon plus half flush.
Yeah, exactly.
She's trying to squeeze some value out so she can get ahead of Izumi. Or actually, maybe just drag Izumi down.
Yeah, honestly.
Couple options here.
By the way, though, there's only 1 white dragon left. To be accounting for 2/5 of bamboo. Oh, there's 1 of the 5s. I see 3 of the 2s. We saw 4 of the 2s. So it is 1 versus 2 right now. 1 white dragon available. 2 5 of bamboo.
And I feel like we see Takashima discard the white dragon if she draws it. I don't think she would give up on that flesh hand.
That is a very good point. Especially now the Dora's passed.
Yeah, Dora comes out. Oh, wait.
Oh.
She has 2 white dragons. I mean, but I think you'd still take the open-ended. But now the white dragons are gone.
Yeah, we have seen it is being held by Izumi. I don't think we're going to see Izumi play a live white dragon to a reach. I just don't. I don't see it.
No, I don't think it's even the reach. I think it's more Takashima's hand with the flush there. And I said that she would discard it if she drew it, but now I'm thinking it would bring her up to Mangan, so she would probably keep it. She probably would have kept it if it had gone to her instead. But I don't know, that single weight, that's a really tough one.
So 2 versus 0 right now in Takashima's favor. There is a very real chance this just goes to exhaustive draw, and we go again.
Yeah, Izumi doesn't have any reason to push that hand anymore. Or push any tiles anymore from that hand. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I was trying my best to come up with a reason to justify trying to get Tenpai, but there's just not enough time left.
Yeah, not enough time. Not enough time, and in her position, she just doesn't need to push for just the 1,000 or 1,500 points.
Yep, exactly.
2 players, Tenpai. That's where my white dragon was.
Who had the last one? Who had it?
But Yamawaki will continue as dealer. Small points, but actually very important in her position.
Also very, very good for Takashima as well, because getting 3,000 points closer to Izumi, it might seem small, but you never know. When her dealership comes up next, those 3,000 points, that gap being closed between the players in 2nd and 3rd overall in the league right now, might be what decides it. We'll see. Either way, though, it's still Yamawaki's time. And once again, this hand's looking like 7 pairs. Oh no. Seeing a pair of 3 and 7 manas. Oh. In fact, 2 of our players here having an opening with 3 pairs. But we'll see. I do like how Takashima's got 4 dragons. Maybe she's considering her Gen Shanten as we speak. Certainly a big 3 dragons would get her into top 2. So maybe you got to at least dream the dream. Maybe 4 dragons becomes 5 if you're lucky. Probably won't. You probably won't be discarding them. Especially now you've seen one white dragon discarded. But you never know. Maybe your very next draw is the white dragon. It's not. But you never know. I like to dream sometimes.
You have to dream in these situations, otherwise you can't achieve what you need to.
Exactly. The white dragon has been played twice now. So I'm actually honestly kind of surprised we didn't see the red get called. But Takashima's looking for value just as much as anyone else right now. I guess that makes a lot of sense. She needs 2nd place, which is easier to get. Now Yonoshiro has been dragged 3,000 points relatively down. Otherwise, we'll see. Keeping the 135 over the 79. I like it very much. But yeah, looking at this, it's always one of those questions, right? When you're thinking, hey, do I really want to go 7 pairs again? This hand, all my shapes are so disconnected that I really want them to be sequences, but they're just not. It's not happening that way. And there's another pair of the 5 of characters. So we'll see. But Yonoshiro is just building a very normal hand. But building it quickly. Every draw is getting a little bit closer. And yet again, the 5 of pins there is Tenpai waiting on the 3 of pins. Are we going to see a reach? We are.
And 1.
And 1, yes.
3.
Of course.
With the blockers, the 2 dot blockers. Pretty good reach there.
Yeah, the ones be very
It's
hard
one
to
that I
beat
like.
for anyone else. Yeah. Don't know why I tried to fix the 2 as a pair when really we could use it as a triplet. Of course. Of course, the 3 and the 1 being held there by our dealer. I could see Yamawaki play it. Obviously, she's going to be really aggressive. She's got no real choice. Could definitely see if she gets the Tenpai. Being 1 away right now.
Yeah,
She draws the 2. I can see the 3 coming out. She draws the 3. I can see the 1 coming out.
It's just very unlikely that she'll draw the 2, but Yonashiro's momentum will not be harnessed, and she draws the 1 herself.
Which is ideal for her. Gets her just a little bit further away from Takashima.
Ideal for her and ideal for Izumi as well.
Oh, absolutely. So, as we're saying, Takashima needs to get 2nd place. But that is a lot harder now. Yonashiro's gotten that nice little win, but still very significant. It's always scary when you're in the lead in South 4 though for Izumi. It's gonna be fun. The pressure on, when you're sort of, I guess, in the bubble. He's like, is it gonna burst? Am I gonna make a mistake? Anything bad could happen. But let's see how things go in South 3. Oh,
Yamawaki looking for a Kokushi, I think.
I would absolutely be thinking about that too, yes. We'll have to see the Gen Shanten from that one.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
5 away.
4
away from Tenpai, yeah. Okay. Well, I wish her luck. I do see where a lot of the red dragons are. So unfortunately, that is going to be a very hard thing to pull for Yamawaki. Only 1 remaining. But you never know. You have to dream. It's going to be interesting to see how the other players react to this, right? Because you see someone who's obviously going for either Jun-chan or Kokushi with a 3-pin, 7-so, 7-pin. Like when you do those discards, it really only says you're going for one thing. But on the flip side, we've seen the
until the Manzu, it could be a flush as well.
That's true.
But
because that red's been pawned, I was going to say maybe people aren't as afraid, right? Because we know there's only one of those left. Either way, though, everyone has sped up quite significantly for this hand. Oh, that's not a useful pair, unfortunately. But still committed to this path. There's the last red dragon. It's over. The dream.
Yeah, no more Kokushi for Yamawaki, and going into the last turn, she's going to have to look for more stacked Yakuman and not something as easy as Kokushi.
I love how you say it's easy. it's easy Yakuman. It's fine.
I mean,
you want to go to other pairs? Fair.
Yeah, I got one on my last stream.
I wish it was that easy. Maybe I need to take lessons on how to get Kokushi.
I mean, first of all, if you're playing online with rules that have Kyushu Kyuhai, you never take it.
Okay.
That's the first lesson for Kokushi. Because
usually I will always take it on 8. I will sometimes take it on 9, depending on how desperate I am, and then 10 is where I don't.
No, I don't think I can't remember the last time I took it.
Oh, interesting.
Even when we had those rules in League, I never took Kyushu Kyuhai.
I'll say, I do play a lot of leagues these days. Oh, this is Tenpai as well for our dealer. And Tenpai for
Izumi as well.
The 2 players who are fighting for that 2nd place. Both ready to win.
And if Izumi wins this hand, then it's really going to be pretty much over for Takashima as well. She'll have to be counting her Gen Shanten in the last hand.
Yes. But Takashima does get the win with the White Dragon too for a little bit of extra value. And I believe that was directed on Izumi. It was. So, things become a little bit more interesting as the gaps close. I do believe Takashima still needs to get above 32k. Or drag Izumi down to
it's 28,000. So if she can get like just like a Haneman away from Izumi.
Actually, I think as long as Izumi's in second, not first, I think
that's true. If they change,
because the first place bonus is so huge that if Izumi lost that would be enough. But either way, some work is going to need to be done.
Yeah, see, 28. If she could bring. So does she just need to get 3,900 away from Izumi?
Yeah, I think that'll do it, right? Wait.
Yeah. I think maybe 40. It's 40. Yeah, it should be enough.
Yeah.
Wait, 40 to it's a 30-point difference. 40-10. So if Izumi is in second place, she'd still have plus 10. So 30-point difference would also be enough. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that's it. Just going from plus 45 effectively to plus 5 would be enough. But that, yeah. Either way, seeing it again from Yonoshiro. I think Yonoshiro's just folding here. That would make sense. She's not going for orphans. She's just folding from draw 1. Unless...
Does give Yamawaki a chance to go for another sort of easier Yakuman. It looks like maybe she's pushing towards all concealed triples.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're keeping the 1s and 9s just for safety's sake, or whether we're considering a flush and are going to just discard the non-flush suit, the most dangerous first. I don't know. I'm curious. It's either that or just put a threat of going for orphans on the table, but not actually go for orphans. Very interesting from Yonoshiro's perspective. Which point is she stop playing middle tiles? Which point is it going to be slightly too dangerous to be playing that game?
Izumi fills in the middleweight there, nice. Yeah, and I think Yonoshiro's orphans run has ended now with the 9-dot discard.
Yeah. I don't think that's ever her intention. I think she was just sort of saving up.
Maybe, but...
Because I think her real goal was probably the half.
It was getting there.
But yeah, true. Interesting. Going to 7 pairs, trying to get Dora 2, I suppose. If Yamawaki's going to be pushing this hand at all. Which, actually, she's going to want to, given the score situation. I don't think she's given up just yet.
Takashima had an interesting hand there, discarding the 4-dot. Yeah. I think it was... Was she... Hold on. Hold on.
Let's like zoom in on it. Although this is interesting for Yamawaki. It looks like she was going for 7 pairs, Dora 2, all simples. But with a triplet, maybe she decides that she's willing to open? Or hedge
maybe going for the... Wait, that was...
Or going for that all concealed triplets, Takashima
broke Tempai, right?
I think so.
With the 4-dot discard?
Wait, how?
As... Oh, no. She did not.
No, not yet.
I misread the 5 first 6 again. Okay. She's 1 away, and she went to a more efficient 1 away. So I was trying to see.
Yeah. I guess, honestly, for her, value isn't necessarily that important as much as just being as efficient as possible, getting to tempo as quickly as we can.
Yeah,
Speaking of
definitely.
getting to tempo quickly,
I mean,
1 away.
she'd want to pull that honor tile up, but the
think
white
that, right?
dragon. But it just won't come out. Izumi is holding on to it. You'd think
discarded the first
Yonoshiro
one.
had some in her hand, but she doesn't. There's one in the discard already, so the last one is Izumi's, and it's just not on the board, so it's not going to come out from Izumi's hand unless she gets a good tempai.
And it looks like she's given up on that. With that 1 pin discard. It's definitely one of these things that you learn quickly when you're playing against pro players in events like the Rottle, with how people treat dragons. It's a very different experience to, say, like a casual league among friends, and then going to see a pro. It's like, this dragon's never coming out. You're not. It's Monster. You're not still not seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's value. You gotta be careful with them.
Exactly.
Nobody's tempai, so we will go into the last hand. And that means that in this position, Izumi can just say no 10 to end the game if nobody wins. There you see the conditions there. So the really interesting one is Takashima. She needs, if she can sumo Hanemon or win 3,900 like we said before from Izumi. If she wins from Yamawaki, she has to get a Sanbaimon. If she wins from Yonoshiro, she just needs Hanemon as well. So she'll probably be looking to make a Hanemon hand. Yamawaki really just needs double Yakuman.
Is that what the two means? Oh no.
Yeah, it's just double Yakuman. I mean, it's actually much closer than it seems with that massive score difference. Izumi is there are scores there for Izumi, but I don't think that she can end the game even if she wins the hand. So it's probably going to be better for her to just say no 10 if it gets to the end of the exhaustive draw. The only risk there is you do give the other players a little bit better chance of like Takashima making that Hanemon hand if she doesn't try to win.
I think it's a really excellent case for getting to tempai, but getting to a tempai that you can keep without having to reach. Because you can win if you get the chance, and if you don't get the chance, at the very last minute you can either just pretend you're not tempai or break tempai if you have to do that.
What in the world? Look at this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I look at that. My optimistic eyes say 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, let's do it. The rest of my optimism is struggling. But we got a pair south in the south round. That's something to cheer for Izumi. Obviously, though, she just really has to play this one safe, right? Make sure that whatever happens, she doesn't deal in. Hope that Yamawaki doesn't give Takashima anything she could use to build a valuable hand. Maybe even, like, not necessarily cooperate, but if you're going to play unsafe tiles early that Yonoshiro can call to get her to tempai faster, maybe you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, Yonoshiro has every incentive to just win a quick hand, and she has the hand to do it with, too.
Exactly. Yamawaki there with a really nice flush. It's not a double Yakuman level of flush, though, but it's a really nice flush.
Yeah, I don't think these rules even have counted Yakuman. We do have it in the JPML rules now, but these are not JPML rules. These are Mondo rules, so...
So yeah, we can stack, but we can't just get like a single weight Suanko or something like that. Okay.
Also the counted Yakuman would be 13 Han or more. So that does... Until now, that only counted as Sanbaimon in all the pro organizations. Or in at least all the JPML matches. But now in JPML, we allow counted Yakuman. So if you have 13 Han or more, it's quad quadbaimon. Quadmon.
Nice.
Yonbaimon. It's called Yonbaimon, so 4 times mon.
Trying to think. Obviously, I could see the single Yakumon there in Yamawaki's hand. I'm just trying to think where the other one's coming from. I really want to see a win condition for her. I want to see an upset. But I just don't.
Yonashiro keeps the one character as a safe tile, sacrificing a little bit of efficiency.
Honestly, makes sense. Like as much as she can just rush a cheap hand, there's no point dealing in, right?
Yep.
I guess she could deal in as long as it's not to a double Yakumo.
I mean, yeah, it's very unlikely that she would deal into anybody except Izumi, which is not a threat for her, and anyone else won't win the hand unless they have the conditions to get up into second place.
Exactly. But yeah, we are seeing very good play.
Also, isn't really a threat for her as either.
I think everyone probably could tell that Izumi's probably just folding from the outset, because we are seeing a lot of middle tiles getting played on row 2. I think Izumi's doing a very good job of just sort of clearing away anything that might be dangerous. And
Takashima is trying to get the possible Hanemon.
say, isn't Takashima Tenpai right now? Just not with enough value? That's why we don't see a reach?
No, it was 1 away, I think.
Okay.
So.
I thought is it not Tenpai for Pinfu 6-9, so? Maybe she's going for the 5-6-7.
I'm sorry, it was Yamawaki you were talking about. I was talking about Takashima.
Oh, was I? Oh.
It's my fault.
I'm mixing my perspectives. My apologies. Oh wait, no, I thought it was Yamawaki was building this.
Yamawaki almost has a Suanko hand.
Okay, she's not sure who's Tenpai, right? Echo. Okay. Don't know why I decided to go the wrong direction there when I was looking at the. Oh no! End of season fatigue. I see. Still, if we do see a 6-9 get discarded, Yonashiro will end this match.
Yes.
And perfectly fine and correct to not reach in that situation because there is no benefit to it whatsoever.
Yeah, you're not going to get anybody off of their double Yakuman hand.
And the less
or even probably 3,900 point hand even. And there it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe there's a world where if you reached, they might not have played it, but yeah. I
don't know. I think she would still have to go for it.
That's also honestly fair.
Oh, whoops. Okay, so we go second place. Yonashiro, she is shown first here because she advances in first place. Izumi will advance in second place with her first place win here. And Yamawaki took third place, but not enough to bring her up to second place.
Yeah. Props to Yamawaki. She knew her win condition. She tried to make value every hand. Obviously, the odds of that are quite low, but given what she needed to do that. But congratulations to Yonashiro and Izumi for making it to the top 12 that we'll be seeing tomorrow. What a fun match.
Yeah,
really getting
two more players advance. Yesterday we saw Tojo and Harikai advance. So today we see Yonashiro and Izumi advance. 4 of the 12 players who will play tomorrow.
I really enjoyed watching that. Like Yonashiro, we saw her get the early win, but then the 2 dealer Mongans in a row from Izumi, shooting up to first, then defending that first. It was really interesting to see sort of the dynamic between Izumi and Takashima, based on the fact that obviously all Takashima needed was second place, and she would be ahead. But because she was in last for most of that game, and then eventually in third, it just wasn't quite enough. It was really fun to watch.
Really fun, yeah. Really fun, and we have 2 more games that are going to have the same sort of conditions. That's all it's going to be for the rest of the stream today, and also tomorrow, since it's just 1 game for each table to start out with.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a scary game for our players. It's gonna be really exciting to watch for us because just one game first place takes it. It's going to be an exciting format, but
Yeah, I mean
also
it's
just
even more
kinda
exciting
cool.
because you don't come in with big differences like you did today. Yeah. So
Nice
yeah, we
and
have 2 more
simple.
days of streaming after this, but we're not done today. We still got 2 more games today as well, with some great commentators coming in. Welcome, Harrison and Nathaniel.
Whoa, what's good? What is happening?
So your
Definitely.
chat, you never
super
want to go
exciting.
7 pairs?
Yeah, never. Not even once. Forced
Not even
to
once.
by nature of the game, but if I had it in me, would never do it.
That's fair.
Would
See, I
not
love 7
be
pairs. It's one of my favorite Yaku. It's just I don't like going for it, but I do like just the aesthetics of it. It's just fun to look at a completed 7 pairs hand, you know. The most fun thing
it's
is
just
when you've created
Toy
the
Toy's
trap
just
in your way.
better. Toy Toy's just better.
The fun thing about 7
Three
pairs-
is more than 2. They teach it in kindergarten. You know, 3 beats 2.
Getting pats on 7 pairs so much more often.
That's the tragedy, isn't it? And that's why I am advocating for more people to check my Toy route tiles so I can win more Toys to even the score.
In fact, to be fair, the only time you never get a Patsu on a Toy hand would be if you got 3 concealed triplets or even Suanko. So, yeah. I guess that would be a more exciting Ipatsu. Because you made a Yakuban hand. That'd be great.
See, like I'm saying. So, yeah, you guys killed it on commentary.
Do you want to? I don't think
always.
you want to show the screen yet.
Here.
Thanks for coming in.
Nathaniel.
Oops.
No.
That was supposed to show up, yeah.
T. It's
No.
okay.
Ooh, ooh. Be careful.
Okay,
Be
nobody
careful.
saw that. Nobody saw that.
I literally
don't.
did see anything. I
You
see
didn't
my
understand it,
face,
though.
my very round face in this picture. That's what I see.
But yeah, speaking of
It's
killing
all
it, I'm
around.
sure you two are going to kill the next game. It's going to be great.
The players hopefully will
Oh,
be the
yeah.
same.
Nothing but excitement.
A new WRPM tag in Nathaniel's.
Oh,
Hey, let's
Mr.
go.
Certified, Mr. Certified. Oh my goodness, I've got
Congratulations.
goosebumps now. Yeah, commentating with an official pro.
One day.
Harrison soon. You gotta take that test.
It'll happen. I'm sure it'll happen at some point.
All right. Good luck, guys. I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be great.
All right. Well, we saw an excellent game 3 from the first table of the evening. Who do we have for the second table? Looking at our dealers. First dealer is going to be Aoi Yonashiro. This looks like the table that we just saw, isn't it?
Oh,
Let's hop over to second players. How about this? So now we see Asami Suzuki will be our first dealer representing Team Endorphin. NPM Pro in the south seat, Tomi, representing Team Ampai for another NPM Pro. In the west seat, Mayu Sugano, Saikusen Pro, representing Team Full Flash. And in the north seat, Hina Hinata, another NPM Pro TF channel. A lot of NPM players here in this game.
yeah. So, I mean, I always find it exciting too when it's a bunch of players from the same organization because maybe they know like how the others play and what they like to go for. So maybe we'll see some more intricate interactions. I always get hopeful for that. Kind of like if you are playing your club mates in tournament, you kind of have more of an idea of what they're going to do or what they like to do. So it becomes a more thoughtful game, at least from a player side.
All right, well, let's hop into the action. I believe we have the game ready to go. As Jen mentioned earlier, they have staggered the game so that it will we'll always get to see the final table on the broadcast screen. So game number 3, we'll get to take a look at the scores coming into things once the overlay pops up.
Mm-hmm.
Player introductions underway. And once again, big congratulations to all the players for making it this far into the individual tournaments. I think it's a really big achievement, and the players will definitely be fighting their hearts out to make it to the finals. And wow, this one's super close.
Good talent. Ooh. Yeah, everybody is basically within a game. I mean, Sugano is going to have a little bit more trouble. Same with Suzuki, just because even if they get a first, like Tomi can take a second and secure it. But again, there's situations where this table gets completely flipped on its head. Like if Hinata takes a fourth, Sugano gets a first. So it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be very dynamic when we get into the later part of the game.
Yeah, and of course,
and people start to really lock into the conditions.
With top two advancing, a lot of intricacies can happen as we get to the late stage of this game. But at least in the early portion, Hinata and Tomi with the advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hinata looked like she had a great hand too, and Suzuki, not too bad of one herself.
Great 7-mon draw for Suzuki.
Yeah. That'll help. Needs a couple more fill-ins, but I mean, when you're in the dealer seat, not the worst thing in the world. We're gonna see a snap pawn by Sugano.
I feel like having seen Sugano play a lot over the course of the season, she is one of the players that tends to open more early. But this hand certainly feels like a natural call there. The Chusodora, I imagine,
especially with the green dragon with it.
Right. The pair here for Tomi. And another call. So it looks like we are moving towards the flush in the Manzu.
I mean, Toy maybe too, right? Or was that a chi that was just declared?
I'll have to take another look. It does seem, though, that the early pressure in the characters is going to be placed by Sugano. So Tomi will have to think twice before dropping another Mon tile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hinata, Ishanten right now, just looking to fill in. Same with our dealer, Suzuki.
Another call.
Oh, there's the pawn.
Quick advancement here.
We'll take the red off the board.
And now the rest of the table also has to worry about this threat. Previously, it was just the player to the left who can give tiles that can be called by a chi, but now it might be Tempai, therefore the other players have to be very cautious about Manzu.
Yeah, especially because that's guaranteed Mongon deal in with the two Yaku eyes on the board, so it is very expensive. You do not want to be opening up the final game going down 8K. We might see some hesitation from Suzuki here. She might try and back up.
Yeah.
2-mon might be scary, and yeah, I'm going to drop 9-7.
Was already starting that hedge with the 7-pin cut, and there's a Tempai. 4-mon, 7-mon, Yakuhai. Honitsu will be 8,000 points should she find the win here. And there's the 8-pin, but you know what? That's okay. That would have involved dropping 2 Mon tiles for Tempai. Really tough ask.
With only 4 tiles in hand, too. Like, you gotta think most of the time that's Tempai.
It would have been Ippatsumo, but we can't think about that now. Now we just have to worry about, if we get into Tempai drawing a Mon tile, are we willing to cut another one out against this certainly Tempai hand? The only Mon overflow is that...
I think the 2-mon... I was going to say, yeah, and that 2-mon can come out of Suzuki's hand. You draw anything on that 6 through 9-mon shape and develop it into 2, wait on it, then 2-mon can come out.
Well, that's a path.
Oh, but then you have this 2-3-mon.
Wow, she's going to challenge waiting on the 2-mon that's safe too. The open
Charging
flush.
Through. No Hadaka Tanki pawn call from Sugano. Gonna keep that 4-7-mon Tempai.
I believe Tomi drew the Ippatsu 3-mon, but held it, of course.
Yep.
Or 7-mon versus 2-3-mon.
There's so many 4-7s in the wall too, I think. I think there's still like 6 left. 5 or 6. And the 2-3 is much, much more out. 3-mons, I think there's 1 left. 2-mons, there's 2 left. Yep.
4-mon and 7-mon back to back in the wall, and Sugano will come out of the gate swinging with an early Mangan, exactly what she needs. Picks up the Riichi stick as well from Suzuki. Promising start. A little bit more work to do.
Yeah, it was. With Suzuki dragged down too, that's really good for Sugano because now all of a sudden it's on Suzuki to catch up, especially with one less dealership to do it too.
We advance into
Like
East
Sugano's got so much more time.
2. Told me the dealer. 5-pin Dora. No Dora in this hand. Not even any completed blocks. A few awkward shapes. A lot of honors to chew through.
That's what I like to say. See you in row 2 hand. Just gonna spend row 1, kind of getting out all the clutter, getting out all the junk, and then we'll start looking like a Riichi hand after that.
Suzuki opens up with the East pair. No completed sets though. A lot of blocks, and so she has everything she needs for a Tenpai. Just needs to fill in some of those missing tiles.
Yeah, it has like defensive chi toys and stuff too that I could very easily see that hand becoming.
As we went around the board, it was Hinata with the only completed shapes, so perhaps a relatively slow hand this time around. Not many call opportunities for any of the players, although Tomi here has the Tanyao possibility. Perhaps she aims for some speed in order to maintain her dealership.
Yeah. Another pair picked up, Suzuki. Able to widen the options of the hand still. Although the problem is, Hinata can't miss a tile. Hinata just keeps drawing good shapes and upgrades.
And she
is looking real close to Tenpai.
Yeah, and I think with the early advantage as well, good chance she gets first Riichi, although Tomi is making excellent progress here. Great 3-pin draw. Would love to see a 5-pin, but Sugano draws it already with the lead. If she can win another hand with at least 2 Dora, that would really give her a nice chance here in this final game.
Oh, and the pair, and we're going to commit to it. We're going Ipeka shape. Hinata is going to need another 5-mon, but also has Dom ability with that. Could potentially catch someone off guard. And speaking of that, Sugano has a hanging 5-mon at the moment. This might be a ticking time bomb we're watching.
Hinata picks the 7-mon, improves the weight slightly. Ishanta went away from Tenpai.
Yeah, Suzuki picks up another pair too. Now has 4 of them on a Riichi. Might be able to kind of fight Mawashi around back for that.
Yeah, too many pairs don't need that extra 7, so another pair for Suzuki could be interesting, pairs-wise.
Still, I think trying to build in a normal hand hidden in there too. Doesn't look like the committance to Chitoi is too much at the moment. I would think you'd throw like a 6-mon or something in that case if you're going to full commit to it.
Yeah, there's that 6-pin, so now you really have to make the choice. You could hedge a little bit with, say, a 6-mon. No, Chitoi.
Yeah, full commits.
Just
it makes
after
sense.
last game,
like
right?
it's more value.
We had this whole discussion on how you're never supposed to do this. Oh wow, there's the great Ipeko draw. Twin sequences confirmed, and Riichi Pinhu as well with a Dora Mangan level for Hinata to confirm a promising position. Oh, there's an Anko draw. Bad timing. We'll go East instead. And Sugano had just started thinking about 2, 3, what some type of Sanchoku, 1, 2, 3 perhaps. Now we'll just have to back away. A little too risky, that far away from Tenpai to try to play this further. So 9-pin comes out, South comes out. It'll just be a fold, most likely, from Sugano. 609, so the weight.
Yeah, I believe 4 is still left in the wall. We saw a couple players draw the weight and keep it in their hands.
7-pin Suji.
And that's definitely going to slow down. Oh, there's another one kept in hand.
Suzuki might have something to say about this.
Yeah, she's thinking about going to the Chitoy. I think she's going to try and Mawashi around it. Although now we get in a sticky situation like this where nothing we can play to get that feels good.
Yeah, 7-mon was the Riichi tile.
Everything
Only
feels
mons without
scary.
are 1-mon, 9-mon, 7-mon. So 2-mon, 6-mon both look really bad. Chitoy might be the only out here, but 8-mon still feels a little bit risky given that the Riichi tile was the 7-mon.
Yeah. Manzu's so expensive too.
And if other players had cut out their own 7-mon to sort of encourage others to discard the same, then maybe you could convince yourself that a wall is forming, that the 8-mon will be safe, but this late, you're becoming more and more nervous about that. Wow, Sugano will attempt to get back in. So there's the 7-mon. She probably won't be able to play for it unless a 2-mon or 5-mon clears at this point.
Yeah. Is going to get the option, or it does give Hinata Haite with that too, which is a little scary, but as the odds would say, unlikely that Hinata is to draw it here.
Funny facial
Ooh,
expression there from
fuck
Hinata as
that.
the door comes out. And it gets called. Sugano's going for it. 2-mon clears.
Problem is that hanging 6-0 is not going to clear, so if we call one more time to get in the Tenpai, that's the one that has to come out.
Yeah, impressively, Sugano has saved the Dealan tile for last. Oh, it pairs it up. She will dodge now. The only question is, can she get to Tenpai and win before we run out of tiles?
Yeah, I think 2 draws left at this point. It is coming down to the wire.
The players have to be more scared about Sugano perhaps than the Riichi, as she's holding Dora.
It draws the last 9, so I think that's the actual last deal-in tile in the wall. So I don't think Hinata can sumo, and now Sugano's hand is just, or excuse me, yeah, Sugano's hand is just dead.
She just did not get
win
Tenpai
with that
and
9.
doesn't, thankfully for her. She'll see that indeed was going to deal in if she did get Tenpai, so 1,000 each going to Hinata, and dealership will advance forward to Sugano. Couple Mongon threats that hand, really spicy stuff. Here we go. Again, Sugano started this game in 4th place. This is her first dealership. Chundora, East 3. There's a Riichi stick and a Honma to collect as well if she wants to go quickly. See, 2, 3, 4 so completed already. And a couple pairs. 4 blocks here.
You
No.
put together hand by Hinata, yeah. Or at least the makings of a hand, the startings of a hand. Lots of good shapes, but really needs to fill them out.
1 Dora. Nothing else for Suzuki. Tomi as well, struggling here. So I would say Sugano has the early advantage in this round. But Hinata drawing well again. It's been a race between the two of them, it seems, for the majority of this game so far.
Yeah, it does feel like it's always them fighting back and forth to try and be the first one to be the aggressor on the board, be the first one to threaten Riichi in value. Oh, and Hinata's almost shoo-in with that, becoming Ishanten now on a Reach Pinfu.
Yeah, in the meantime, Sugano's hand has progressed with more central pairs, but she ends up on a triplet now.
Ooh. Ishan, what are we doing? We're throwing the West. Okay. Sugano building in like later Tanya routes. I think there's already a West on the board. There's at least one in Suzuki's hand, so a good idea probably not to wait on it. Definitely could have trapped her later on a dual pair wait. Hinata's going to check the Dora, see if anyone's feeling aggressive. Anyone's got a cannon locked and loaded, not going to be taken. We can see the other 2 are split up. One's still to be drawn. Ooh, immediately rewarded. 6-0 pair.
And now hitting.
Now we have like a Chitoy backup.
Suzuki playing for the pin flush. Not much else going on in that hand until he finally matches the Dora discard of Hinata. Now with 2 out, Suzuki doesn't have to worry so much about the last one. Only deals into a Tanki at this point, or Kokushi. Kokushi, quite unlikely. Oh, 3-sided. Excellent upgrade.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play the efficient route too. Not gonna mess around with any possibilities of some bigger hands. Get some hidden triplets, maybe like Sanonko, G-Toy, any of that. Just play most likely chance to get my hand the Tenpai.
Suzuki has finally gotten rid of all of her non-pin tiles. Non-pin and honor tiles. Still ways to go before finding a Tenpai.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you're in Suzuki's spot and you're playing a hand like this and you're just like, well, if I'm gonna play, then I might as well make it something big. If even though your hand's not put together, if you almost like fake it to try and slow down the rest of the board or get them thinking twice, and you just drop like a middle Pinzu tile because you're not expecting to win. And it's so late, so you fake that you're Tenpai
Yeah, I think though...
in order to try to throw them off. But, I mean, if you're also going to just draw 3 perfect draws in a row to actually threaten Tenpai, then that one tends to be better.
Yes, Sugano not going to wait any longer, just calls into Tenpai. It is a 1-4-7 wait, but only 4 and 7 can win. Wow, this is Ishanten with potential Itsu as well. The door will come out, just maximizing draws to Tenpai. Yes, Hinata has been stuck Ishanten for so long. Diamond needs 4-7 pin and 5-8 so, but just hasn't been able to find anything. Right, so it's not going to help Suzuki here. Could be a monster hand though for her. Tomomi really kind of out of this now, has stuck with that. Could switch the weight here.
Well, it's not even switching the weight. It's,
it's
well, I guess it's kind of switching the weight.
Preventing you from drawing the Hirite, but okay, goes with the Shabo as well instead.
Oh, okay. It's an interesting decision. I didn't even see that. I was just totally thinking, oh, we'll just drop 2 so,
Yeah,
you know, make sure that 1 so is never a problem. But...
Oh no, the last Chun was drawn by Suzuki. Could be Tenpai right now on the dead Chun and the Haku, which is not coming out. But instead, okay, that's also Tenpai for Itsu. Haku.
Yeah, should be a, what is that, a 1-4-7 Haku weight? Am I right on that?
I believe it's just the Shabo.
Or... Yes, yeah, you are right. I was thinking it had like a weird Entel 2 built in. But...
Yeah, notably for Sugano, the 4-so has come out 3 times, and so the 4-7-so might not seem that promising to her. Perhaps that's why she chose the Shabo instead. 5-so necessity. A 3-pin jam. Even though Suzuki hasn't declared Ricci, it is late. She's cut out several late honor tiles.
Well, now we have options. Do we want 1 pin with it? Which I don't think we do from memory. I think 1's already on the board.
Yeah, I think...
So yeah, playing for that Haku is best case scenario.
Safe draw for Sugano. 1 more tile remains. Can Suzuki find it? That's the last draw? No. Formon. I think she's got to hold the Tenpai, though. Formon doesn't look good.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's done enough to, like, be too scared of anything. Like, all the Dora's out, too, so... Dealing should be cheaper.
Agreed. Yeah, with the Dora out, it seems not so bad. All right, 2 players Tenpai. Sugano will keep her dealership. Suzuki will also collect 1,500 points as well. We'll stay right here in East 3. Add another Honba. Ricci stick count remains at 1. that outcome doesn't change too much in the standings. Hinata still comfortably in the lead according to the yellow marks that we can see right now, plus 48.9 should the game end here. However, that does mean Sugano is increasing her lead.
Yeah, and I mean, one more hand win too, especially with the 2300 on the board. And as dealer, Sugano with one win right here has a very real chance to pass Tomi. And with top two advancing, you know, huge deal. Great spot to be in. Put the pressure on Tomi to jump the gap.
That's not the draw I was expecting to make progress.
Oh,
All 4 8-so in hand.
did that. That 9-so looks very safe now. Only one in knowledge of that information too.
Yeah, that
to see if
poor
that comes into play later.
6-7, so cannot. It's essentially a pen shot, although you can't see it. However, you don't want the 8-so anyway. You really want the 5-so Dora.
Mm-hmm.
Not making a little bit of progress here. Cutting away from the 9-mon pair, actually. Again, coming to this game with an advantage, there is an argument to be made for playing for fast hands rather than playing for value hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with that too, Hinata just wants to mitigate risks. So also kind of building your hand in a way to where you can always back out. Especially when you still have such a big gap too. Like if you start to go down and it starts looking dire, you may need to adapt your strategy, but building hands where you can easily fold out and eat a couple sumos because you're fine where your placement is feels like the way that you want to be playing or the type of thing you want to be doing.
Yeah, for Hinata, it is okay if Sugano goes on a big run as long as she stays in second. Incidentally, Sugano is Ishoten, I believe. Kind of funny shapes, of course. There's the Dora, big draw for Suzuki.
It's huge. What are we going to drop?
You have to decide what your pair is going to be. The 3-5-mon shape isn't that fantastic. You cut some like 3-pin, 5-pin, or 8-pin. 3-mon, 5-mon. It's going to keep the shape of the Pinzu. Believes that has a higher likelihood of completing than the central mon shape. Of course, started with the 3-mon because if she draws the 6-mon, she can grow that shape.
Still got a Ryaman. Yeah, still have a very good one. With the Pinzu too, you have like some stray Ipeko chances with like 5, 6, 7 too. So I think there's a little bit more value that is unlockable there. Unlikely to get, but possible.
Tomi finally connecting to the central Banzu. Still some work to do. That is a miss.
Yeah. Happens. It's always right when you cut away from it. That's where you draw the connector. You fill the gap.
Well, Diancon now for Suzuki 1-3-5 pin. Second Dora. The hand's just so slow.
It might be. That might develop to a Chitoe.
There's what we're looking for.
Yep, and a Ricci 2-5-so.
Ricci only. But
has a chance to pick up Dora though,
absolutely.
Of which I believe there's 2 of in the wall. Excuse me, 1 of in the wall. And now with Tomi playing defensive, that Chitoe I was talking about might start to develop. You know, you pair up something, start washing around your safe, disconnected single tiles.
Hard for Hinata to fight here. Suzuki is perhaps the closest player to maybe challenging.
Dealer Ricci too is so scary. You play like one bad thing and deal in here and you're going down 12k or more. Or you could go down 12k or more, especially with such a central Dora like this, the 5-so. Very possible to just absolutely deal into a cannon.
The 6-pin draw for Suzuki means that she can cut Suji 3-pin and Suji 1-pin and try to fight here.
Okay, we are going to do that, and we have to figure out what's happening after, but oh my god, Tomi has been drawing amazing tiles, but has kind of committed to folding, so has had to back up the hand.
Now, could be trouble for Suzuki. If she draws 1-so, 4-so into Tempai, would have to deal out that 2-so. And In this position, though, in this deep last spot, you are certainly incentivized to take chances at hands, especially if you trust the force. So for Ricci, Tanya, Pinfudora, Mongon seems worth it.
It's really tough too when it's East round and you still have your South round dealership, especially early on, like Suzuki does. So he can, has a couple hands after dealership loss in order to try to like Yakuman fish and everything else.
Final door
So
draw.
do you push? Is it really worth it here? Or do you just wait, bide your time, and hope that South round becomes kinder to you?
And no more 5-so in the wall. Hinata has the last one.
I think there's still a 2-so in the wall, though. Maybe 2. Because Suzuki has 2 of them, but I don't think any other player has a 2-so.
So many of the upper Mon tiles have come out from the Ricci, but not so much the lower. Remember, she has a 2-2-3-4 in her hand and held the 4 for Tenpai.
Yeah, gonna play safe 6-pin.
It's so unfortunate Tomi's Ishanten, but cannot actually get there. And one mon goes through, so it's kind of interesting that Suzuki didn't trust the 4-mon Nakasuji. Perhaps she had a sense that it was lower so tiles that dealt in. Maybe a chance to get back with Chitoi again. Not sure if there's another draw for her though.
Yeah, I think she's short. This will be Hote. It'll end with just Sugano being Tenpai.
So another 3,000 points exchange. This time Sugano gets them all. However, leaves a stick in the middle as well as 3 Honba coming into the next round. So the pot increases. Sugano makes more progress almost into the positives. As we can see. Starting at minus 47.5. Now -1. Almost close. Almost caught up rather to Tomi.
Although it should be noted, I believe it is split Uma. Correct. So Tomi and Suzuki, depending on who gets above the other, could increase the gap. Like if Tomi passes Suzuki, then she'll take less negative Uma.
Yeah, hopefully that will become less relevant as we get nearer to the end of the game.
Yeah.
East pair for Suzuki, maybe a flush.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and full commits with that 6-mon drop, too.
Tomi with perhaps the best starting set of tiles that we've seen her have. Hinata as well, lots of central blocks.
Yeah, it is going to keep the 6-so in case the door is drawn, play around it. But I'd imagine, at first incentive, you're just going to get rid of it.
Yeah, we're looking
draw
relatively
like one more
strong.
Pinzu. Oh goodness, Tomi's hand is getting quick too, though. This is like the polar opposite of last hand, where everybody was trying to shape up. Everybody feels like they're Ishanten right now. Tomi a little bit behind, but Sugano very close. Hinata, that great draw, gets closer.
Great pair up.
White pair.
So how we resolve this 1-2 pin is going to be
tough.
kind of interesting. We could end up with Itsu rather than double Yakuhai. Haku is once cut
I mean, Mongon either way.
Right?
4 is 4. Doesn't matter how you get it.
A 3-pin necessity now for Suzuki. Unless she pairs up 1-pin or 2-pin.
Interesting. Tomi now has an E2 route, and Sozu can drop the 1-so and not make it a pair and just develop it out. Is able to keep the 2 Norse, maybe try to disrupt Suzuki's hand a little bit.
Interesting spot. Cuts the 2-pin, 1-pin here. So this relies a little bit more on the White Dragon coming out, the last copy for the Mongon.
Yeah, I think the efficiency is just so good though, because you pawn the white, you get to end on 6-9 pin or 3-6 pin, and you
Hey.
get to cheat either of those into that tempai. You can even like cheat 3-6 pin, drop, well, not drop 7 pin, but wait on 7 pin and then pawn Haku and either take the 8-9 pin Chabo or drop 8 pin and take the 6-9 pin. Like, it's just so flexible.
But she comes in 7 pin currently the weight. Notably, Tomi has drawn into 1-2-3 Sanchoku chance, but the 6 pin is really tough to push. Also, Hinata, we're gonna see. Oh, there's the Haku for Suano. Maybe not. Yeah, gonna cut the 8-0 first. Hinata has been tempai for a few turns, but hasn't wanted to clear the Richi on this Shabo. He's been looking for an improvement, preferably in the Sozu. We haven't gotten there yet.
Double 3 pin. We think the 1's fine. We'll play that for now.
Is it time to push? Has the dealer. Could drop a pair first. 5 pin just cleared.
Yeah. Get like a Riyadh Khan out of it. Maybe try and rely on this last white.
Very flexible. This is a chance at Chitoi even for Hinata. Peiko first.
I don't know if you would switch to Chitoi though, because you still get like Peiko Tanyao on any of the Chitoi draws from where the hand currently is.
Sugano opens up for the 7-8-9 Sanchoku. Draw and go for Suzuki. That's a tempai.
Oh, tempai phone.
Can you jam 6 pin? No.
No. Not doing it. No, thank you. And it would deal in, not to the super scary player. Just to Hinata's Dama, but
Dama Tanyao only.
how many sticks are on the board though? Again, for Hinata, that's super good.
Yeah, if you're
Just to
looking,
start limiting Sugano.
if you're thinking defensively, Suzuki has discarded so many pin tiles. One of the few Suji that I haven't cleared as the 6-9, so the 6-9 pin rather. So it definitely looks really scary to drop. That must be thinking, if I took the Kanshan, I would have won this hand 3 times over already. Oh, there it is. 7 pin sumo.
No. But cheaper, only 3 Han.
Yeah, although 2
Matters
Richi
a
sticks
ton for
collected,
Suzuki.
an extra 900 points in Honpa as well. So 4,000, 6,900. Not a bad haul.
Yeah, with Tomi in 4th too, that's a perfect condition for you. If you can pass Sugano, then all of a sudden you get top 2. Suzuki is probably not too upset with that at all.
Funnily enough, that actually puts Suano closer to Tomi.
Yeah.
Because it confirms that Tomi is actually 4th, at least at the moment.
God, and we are getting like really close to this situation where everybody is right on the heels of each other. Like if Hinata falls in the 4th, that it's almost like verbatim that everybody swaps and goes to 0 and has to play this absolutely slugfest like all last.
Yeah, a complete reversal of placements is just the most difficult situation to handle, because every single hand after that has an incredible impact on the standings.
Mm-hmm. And every player's condition is to get something like good and cheap, and even just that one small pass can just absolutely throw off all your calculations.
Yeah,
for all the other parts.
You get into funky calculations like, I need this player, like it's okay for this player to hit that player, but not for too much value, or I need to hit this player, but it can't be over this amount. It has to be between, 3 Han and like 2 Han and Mangan, but not below 2 Han and not above Mangan.
Yeah, there's still a timer for the finals too, right?
Actually, not sure, but wow,
Actually,
great.
I was gonna say if there is those thinkings or those calculations and the weird situations might start to factor in.
This table has been playing
That
really
pressure.
quickly, so I don't think we'll have to worry about
That's
that.
true.
Very confident in their decisions. Hinata, after drawing the 7-pin triplet, 2 triplets in hand, and really looking strong. Suzuki as well with pretty decent start. Notably, we saw Knight Sodora, 1 in hand for Suzuki. See how long she gets to keep that.
Yeah, it's just looking like it's inevitable to come out. I mean, if you pair it up, then you can do something with it, and I think there is still 2 left in the wall, but
Shot for Hinata.
I know. 5, so knocking on Tenpai's door, Ishan or Ryanshan, but a lot of good middle tiles to help draw around it. Hinata upgrades with that 9-pin now too, has 8-9-pin to help get Tenpai. Still has that east Tonki wait if she wants it later on. 5-pin pair, not gonna do it yet.
That's a great improvement. 3-sided now in the Pinzu, 1 4-7 pin. Have to make a decision about what block you want to keep. 2 4-pin has potential for Tanyo. 8-9 so of course has the door, but is a worse shape, especially with the 7 so having come out twice.
Yeah, that tile is dying out. When door comes.
Shilton for Suzuki.
6 so now what we could do if we wanted to is drop 3 so, and then we at least get an Itsu. We can Dama on 7 or 8 so.
She
No,
just
we're gonna
chooses
play
the wider
best shape.
I suspect if 7 so was even just once cut, she probably would play the 3 so, but also it's important to keep in mind that this is Tomi that we're talking about, and she already has had 2nd place coming into this game, so it might be more important for her to just hold on to that. Dama here, not satisfied with taking a Ricci only.
Especially this late into the row. Feels like you're just putting yourself unable to play defense against, say, a dealer reach, just like what we see here on 1 4-pin. And then if you're forced to deal into it, that can just completely topple your game.
Notably, Hinata thought about it. She's like, wait a second, I could get Sananko here. Do I really want to take this Ricci Nomi?
But yeah, especially as dealer, it like asserts yourself against the board, and everybody is going to be very scared to pressure you, especially with no Dora, so no one else probably has value. So it just says, I'll throw the reach. It's basically a guaranteed repeat. And if I sumo like this, then we have a chance to hit big. Reach sumo, no era.
So just Ricci Tsumo for Hinata, no bonus fu either. Ends up being exactly 10. Just 1,000 all. However, that's totally fine for Hinata, who already had the advantage coming in. Any points is a good thing.
Yeah, and again, even like just shutting down other people's hands, if they do get scared by the dealer reach, they back up, don't take any value, which we know no one did that round, but they could have. Super, super big for Hinata. And now we have this slower Pinfu that we'll probably have to build with the south pair.
Yeah,
Uncompleted shapes and multiple shoots, or at least good shapes and multiple shoots.
Same for Suzuki, a lot of honor tiles to do. Hello, Tomi with the same. All the good tiles are sitting in the wall or in Sugano's hand. Mostly in the wall. North door is a bit interesting. We've seen a couple around the board. Hinata with 1. Suzuki with 1. Toby with 1.
Yeah, so whoever finds the second first is the person to watch out for.
And of course, the North player, Sugano, has 0. But her hand is a little bit more advanced. Will even break away from a one mon, 2 mon shape. Overabundance
Suzuki
of
fills
blocks.
in a man. Now we're starting to cut some of these honors out, shipping away. It's going to be interesting to see if 2-3 pin is gotten, if or how like committed Sugano is going to go to the Pinzu Itu chance. Definitely a good route for a lot of score there, and Sugano definitely needs it. So,
oh, the 3. Well, that's fine. It completes a shape.
Gives you Nobeton too. You could cut one so here. Yep.
Yeah, we don't have a
still
pair,
play Tanya.
so it's not exactly a terrible scenario.
Yeah, when you're headless like that, it's the exact type of shape you want to see develop.
3-pin, 7-pin, accepts a lot of tiles. So every tile, including the 5-pin, I would argue. So that gives you a 3-5-7-pin Jiangkan. Great 8-pin fill.
Killer draw.
That was going to be the hardest block for that hand to turn into a Pinfu, but with that completed, I think, that's basically set.
I'm not going to keep it. Yeah, we're still holding on to that Dora until we hit Tenpai. I like to call it, whenever there's like, more so with a Yakuhai honor, Dora, but even sometimes with the wind, the trading of queens, when everybody's got like one and nobody wants to play it and someone does, and then everyone else just decides to get it out while they can.
How about 2? That was Tenpai. Not that decided against it. I believe the south may have been dead, so would only have been waiting on the Dora.
Yeah.
This is an incredible Ishanten. Can draw around the Manzu or anything around a 2-pin or 5-pin. For Tenpai, even Itsu Pinfu potential. Could be a monster
so
hand.
Many strong options.
When I'm in this spot, I'm actively looking forward to my draws. Eager, and it's 8-pin. One of the few pin tiles that doesn't give a Tenpai.
And Suzuki there, very, very close to Tenpai. This could be one of those hands where everybody hits it all at the same time.
Yeah, what a way for Tomi Sugano, also with an incredible Ishanten. And there's another 8-pin.
Second 8-pin.
Frustrating. Ishanten for Suzuki
Ishanten.
now.
Although the problem is no one's got Dora out of their hands, so now everyone's got to start making decisions of do they want to keep Dora or not.
Well, if Tomi wants it, she's gonna have to reach you cutting the door here. It says no, I'll wait. Tomi is
you could call the Yakuhai West. I think they're it's dead.
Left. There's the Tenpai 3-pin, 6-pin. Pinfu, Dora 2 with Itsu on the 6-pin. Dama.
Yeah, if 6-pin is drawn, that would be Hanemon. Unless my math is off. But Orichi will hit the board for a reach Pinfu, possible Tanya. We're on 3-6-9 pin.
Same weight, but the addition of the 9-pin. The 9-pin's pretty strong, actually. Jimon will not hit.
Gonna be the one to do it, and I mean, information given away, Hinata is pushing through. You see that aggression versus the reach, you got to think Hinata's got some reason for it. She's probably Tenpai on something. Less incentive to fight back.
Suzuki just has to be out. That Dora could never be dropped at any moment. Similar issue for Tomi. So really, it seems like a sumo battle between Sugano and Hinata.
Mm-hmm. Who hits first? It's not gonna do it.
And Hinata also like has to be a little bit careful here, even though she has such an excellent hand. Dealing into a Ricci could be bad.
I mean, she does have 2 Dora, so it's also not like there's 3 hidden, but she is just gonna back up with that.
We're getting late, so more likely that it ends up in a draw. Of course, 1 turn too late, but back to Tenpai. Worth and 6 mon. All of those tiles held, and no one with any plans to discard.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing
Oh, the
anyone's
9
gonna
pin.
throw these.
And it looks safe, it's 1 chance.
Oh,
Ricci Pinhu, no Tanyao, so limited damage here. Does not hit any Ura.
2300 could be a lot worse. Not the worst outcome from Hinata, but now the problem is, again, Tomi hits that sumo, and all of a sudden it starts to get scary for Hinata.
Yeah, the scores are coming closer and closer together. Hinata now almost down to that 4th place mark where we were talking about the complete reversal of placements. That would get scary. If Tomi sumos 3 Han, that'll be enough.
Wow, Suzuki's hand is looking rough too. Definitely can hit good middle draws and improve the hand quite quickly, but it's going to have to do a bit of digging to find it, especially with how strong Sugano's hand is. May not find the time to. Hinata's got a Yakuai pair, and the Shun might be worth calling for. Get something quick, but oh my goodness, Tomi's hand.
5 pairs.
Tomi needs value though.
Chitoi Dora 2.
Yep.
All 4 7
seems to be the game plan. Okay.
As you mentioned, Shun pair, also 9-mon pair. And a Dora. Slow stuff for Suzuki here.
Oh wow, draws that beautiful 1-pin Tsuji. Although I will say, with Tomi's discard pile, I think a lot of players are going to think there's a good chance of that being Chitoi and not necessarily fall for it.
Definitely eyebrows being raised here. Perhaps it's something like a Sozu heavy hand.
Oh, an Ishanten for Sugano.
Do we con?
Could take a con, go fishing a little bit.
7 mon.
Not quite.
Sugano.
And Tenpai still might con, fish for Rinchan, and then just Ricci.
Yeah, certainly if the 2-pin is drawn.
Oh yeah, if the 2-pin for sure. The 4-7, it would be interesting.
For the time being, I think Sugano's really just going to treat the 7-pin as a floating tile. If she can connect a Yamen shape, then she'll just use it that way. But really, really interesting on the timing of this con. Because Sugano, again, is in a position where she needs points. So con to increase the value would be excellent. And Tenpai found.
Dama on the 8, so Chitoi Dora 2.
Ooh, con now.
Oh, yep. A little bit of help on it. What's the new Dora? Forso, it looks like?
Yep, that does help. Sugano holding 1 and
big.
potentially 2.
I mean, again, we have like Tanya routes too that also use Dora now, so.
Now, will this encourage a Ricci from Tomi? I might even just discard the 8-so with Ricci. If I get a good weight. I would love to have that 1-pin back, honestly. Oh, but there comes the 8-so.
But the 8 comes.
Surprise that Chitoi was Tenpai already. No Ricci. And it's going to be 6,400.
Direct from Sugano. That is huge for Tomi. It cannot be understated, and we are almost at starting values now after that run. Everybody is so close. Any hand that is won pretty much by everybody besides Sugano is going to just destroy these projected totals in the yellow.
I mean, it was likely to happen given that for Suzuki, given that her hypo was so bad, but now the pressure is really on for her at negative 25.4 and no dealership remaining. She only has 3 wins available to her, so they need to be strong wins. Tomi, our dealer.
I mean, again though, with Uma and everything, if the dials, you know, get to the right settings, one Mongon could put Suzuki in a top 2 situation, or in a top 2 current placement. It's very possible.
Yeah, I've seen some excellent hands. Suzuki doing some math there for her hand. Has lots of potential, and yet just opening up here for the flush. South is a Yakuhai here in the south round. Green Dragon as well, and then the flush will make it a Mongon.
Problem is, dealer Tomi's hands looking kind of strong. Although with that 6-7 discarded from Suzuki, that is definitely going to be a little bit scary for the players to respond to on the board.
Pon so far. And a 6-7 8-pin discarded. So making her intentions clear is Suzuki.
Oh, Haku Anko drawn. That is interesting. Sugano with a decision decides to cut the red dragon.
50-50 passes. Hinata with somewhat of mediocre shapes.
Yeah, it doesn't even want to risk that west from the looks of it. Doesn't like taking any chances.
It's also even. Oh, there's the Hatsu Pom. And now Ishantem.
Okay.
To recall Ishantem.
Yeah, Honroto still available too, I think. Although there's 2 9s. There's 2 9s, so it's not Baimon, Honroto, like Toi Toi, Honitsu. So the scariest hand is out of the way, but definitely Hanemon territory for the players.
They can't see that Toi Toi doesn't exist just yet. Tomi is getting closer. We'll play out the east once cut. Twice cut, actually. It's fine.
Twice cut, yeah, so it wasn't too bad. I mean, the thing is, though, almost Elton. Suzuki, one better draw could have been Tonki on the east. Don't know if it would have gotten taken, but definitely an option.
And now Honor Tile Overflow might make it too hard to jam a 7-mon.
Yeah, now even the 2-mon doesn't look great. Okay, we still had an Honor left in. We're not waiting on the Haku. All the other players are like, surely Tenpai on a Manzu tile now.
Right?
Tomi is going, oops, I have to play the 2 and the 7-mon. Neither of those can come out of my hand.
Each Sugano cannot afford to care. Richidora 1, 2-5 so. Suzuki in trouble now.
Wait, Richi Dora 1 or Richi Haku Dora 1?
Oh, possibly more. So tile.
Oh, doesn't look great. You may be able to hedge the 8-mon, but you lose all your value. You have to play the 8 anyway.
Yeah, Richi
Plus
Haku
Sanko,
Dora.
that'll help. Someone comes out. So that's a big hand then. That's 52. Minimum. Mangan Sumo. Although the weight is not looking good. 3 2s out. Another 5 drawn just there.
Yeah, Sugano is really relying on Suzuki to draw the tile. And just drop it out there because, of course, she cannot use any Sozu.
Oh, we're going to try 8-mon first. 3-pin. Does not look the most fun. Versus this Richi. So coming, nothing happening from it.
Tenpai found.
Oh, and now we're at Tenpai. 3-6 Mon.
So now the pressure on Sugano, who has to pass a tile or Tsumo. 4 pin's fine.
3-6 Mon's kind of alive. I want to say there's like 4 left in the wall. For how late we are, that's pretty good. 9 safe. We can throw that.
I think we're down to 3 of the 3-6 pin. 3-6. Oh, Tsumo! Sugano!
Oh, we hit the 5.
And no Ura.
No Ura,
But
but
that's a Mangan
Mangan
anyway.
nonetheless.
That's big. That was Tomi's dealership. You recall the 6,400 that Sugano had to pay directly to Tomi. That was a essentially 12,000 point swing, and it goes right back. Mangan Sumo.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing spot for Sugano to be in. Huge spot.
So
Still needs to
3.9
make-
points separating Sugano and Tomi.
Although the problem is, actually now, Tomi is in 4th, but only by 300 points. So any win passes Hinata and raises that gap.
So if
So now Sugano, the mental math is getting harder.
So if Sugano hits
Uh.
Hinata for, 4,000 points, essentially, she will actually
Yeah.
go farther away, farther away from Tomi.
Yeah, if a 1K run or a 1,500 point run is minus EV in this scenario.
Oh dear. But it's still points.
This is really awkward too if Suzuki gets points here, because then Hinata has dealership and all last, and all sumos put her below Tomi.
Oh my goodness.
That would be a crazy situation. That'd be so hard to play.
The conditions are wild. Sugano, though, can at least focus on just building her hand for now. There's still... You can do all that.
Oh my god,
compliment later.
Suzuki's got Dora too on like a cheat toy.
Oh, but Sugano
What is
also
a
with door too.
6400? Okay.
Is it Chitoy or
Okay,
are we
2 through
playing
4.
for Richi?
We can play 8mon and hedge our bets. Yep.
We'll decide later.
We can do both.
Maybe
Yeah, we
even-
can't snap call the East or the 8, but I think a Ricci on that Shabo is perfectly fine.
Sugano hitting that score button at the end of her turn. A lot of math to be done right now. She wants to make sure that she's done as much of that math ahead of time as possible, so
Mhm.
that when it comes down to the nitty gritty and all that, she knows exactly what she needs. Yeah, East I thought might have been a consideration even before the 8mon. Decides to go for it now.
Yeah, Tanya Dora too is super relevant here. Although I think you need a Ricci. I guess maybe not. Well, the problem is Sugano's in first, so you really need to either close that gap. I think you need Mangan or better with a hand like that. It's so good.
If Suzuki can somehow steal first away from Sugano, that will be a huge reversal.
Oh my, that would be, yeah. That would be crazy. Although Sugano looking to try to increase the gap a little bit. Finally catch up. Hand is shaping up quite well. Nobody else has been able to make too much progress. As I say that, Tomi finds 9-pin, getting closer.
Tuban, a great chance to switch to Tanyao now. 7-pin first. And calls on for Sugano.
Yeah. Especially in the dealer seat, you'd have to think with Dora too. That's just the game plan every time. North pair, discarded right before you drew into the pair.
This isn't
3-10
exactly a
helps
cheat
the
toy draw.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Sunso, Ishanten. That could be a Tanya Dora 2 reach. It could be Mangan guaranteed.
Somehow Sugano also moving to Chitoy. Tempai.
No!
Oh, how good is this one? So, Dama. Again, Hinata's in a position where she's got the advantage. She doesn't need to slam Richi's
Yeah, cheap win here to increase distance is super fine.
Pompon
Now we see
Tempai.
double comp.
Told on the 3-mon. Not a ton of value, just the south, but that's all she needs.
3-pin, not gonna do much. Likewise to the 7. We are gonna see a Chi though. Sugano goes, I want to fight. We're gonna drop 4-so. It'll be interesting if 7-so comes out if it's
Sumo.
called, but oh, Sumo's on the 1.
Sumo Chitoi. Again, the value is not incredible, but for Hinata, that is totally fine.
Massive, yeah.
Ending the Sugano dealership. That's not the worst for Sugano. She still has chances here. Conditions popping up on the board for us. Suzuki needs a Hanemon Sumo.
Yep. Yeah, or Paimon direct.
Yeah, conditions tough.
Yes.
Of course, we want to know what Sugano needs. 800, 1500 Sumo? Or
Yeah, or 16k direct from Suzuki. So
2,000
I mean, even
off
still
of
a 3 Han
Tomi,
minimum.
3,900 off of Hinata.
Yeah, that is a rough spot for Sugano. I mean, I guess that just kind of boils down to Sumo Nomi, right? Or you just throw a reach and try and sumo, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Although
300
no, I guess do you even reach if you're conditioned sumo? Because if you get K10 or if you get Ryukokyu Tenpai payments, then that gets you 2.
I mean, Riichi
If the
Sumo
Tenpai's
plus
not there
1 is going to be
for
good
Tomi.
enough for Sugano.
But just sumo is good enough too. And if it goes to Ryukoku, then Tomi gets to fold, I think.
Yeah, for Tomi's
Which is-
Sumo is good enough.
No. But if it goes to Ryukoku, and Sugano throws in a reach stick, then no longer. I don't think the Tomi,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because it's a 3.7
Tenpai
gap.
payments. Yeah.
I guess it depends on how good your weight is and how close we are to
I
the end of the
guess.
round. That's tough.
Mhm.
Also, if you have a Yaku and you can hit, you can pass to hit directly.
Yeah, you can Dama snipe. That will help it too. These high pies are going to hint at the story of this last hand, and everyone is so important.
What a complex condition. Hinata will be our last dealer.
6 Pandora, very usable, very central. And
Some terminal
Hinata,
tiles.
yeah, not
3
the strongest
pairs.
hand, so I'd imagine probably just going to end up backing away at the first sign of pressure,
Yeah, it's
which
got
is totally fine for Hinata's condition.
lots of blocks. It's just that those blocks aren't very good. Not the
Yeah.
easiest hand for Suzuki to play here either, but maybe a door connector.
I mean, again, when we need Hanemon Sumo, that's tough. That's not going to make it there. Although Sugano, as E2 has Dora already in hand, so building that Sumo condition or that Dama snipe, again, even just 3 Han, so if you can get E2 Dora, doesn't matter what your weight is, that'd be enough for anybody Ron in order to win.
Tomi right now with a
So
fast hand,
we're-
potentially Haku pair. Another pair here.
So, I mean, Chitoi is defensive. You can easily back out. Very safe. Doesn't want to take it, though. Nato looking more to try to win quickly. Thinks that's the best route. Can play safety about from any hand position.
You mentioned it was probably going to be a fold out. Hinata does appear to be backing away now. Progression for Tomi.
I pinned from Tomi.
Any win is good enough for Tomi here.
Yeah. Pin not gonna do anything. Suzuki is just needs so much love from the wall in order to even have a striking shot. May even just have to reach and hope for like an E-pot sumo or a 2 situation. The problem is with Hinata last dealer, you know that Hinata's folding out, so this is the last hand. There will not be another. It is make or break.
Tomi
And
keeps
I wonder if that changes.
making steady progress. Every single draw seems to advance her Shantem.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the timing on the Haku. How long can it be held, and how long will be too late? And Tenpai is a...
And even if it's discarded before Tenpai, just allowing Tomi to be Tenpai is not something that Sugano is looking for. If she can somehow find a way to use it herself, that would be ideal.
Mm-hmm. Maybe looking for Chitoi Tanya Dora too. That would be a Hanuman shape on Sumo.
So
Is a win condition for Suzuki.
yeah, I think Tomi was always planning to cut the one so there, but had to consider, if I draw into Tenpai, will I Ricci? Because Tomi adding a Ricci stick to the table suddenly changes the conditions even further.
Jesus, yeah, I don't even want to think about how that affects the board. Oh my goodness.
Imagine she draws like
5-0.
5 mon for 3-sided weight. It'd be hard not to slam that.
Oh man. I mean, but when your conditions are Sumo Nomi's enough, it feels like you have to just rely on the draw. I mean, Suzuki here, I think you just have to go Chitoi Tanya Dora too. I don't think you have another option. I think that's always how you play it. I think you throw this 5-so back. There's already 2 out.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's like a 8-pin. Some type of Sanchoku is what I was looking for, but
I guess kind of, maybe, but...
before Sanchoku,
and now
that
we
gets
have a
called the routes.
Sanchoku open up. That's another one.
Is that going to be the
Oh my god,
hand-to-end
tell me
sale?
might not even need the Haku.
Oh, tough decisions here for Sugano. The Haku comes out.
Yeah, all the Haku comes, snap call surely. Yep, we're in Tenpai 2-5 Mon. Tomi
Connector for
is
Sugano.
there, is ready. That's big.
And Hinata has a
Hinata's
world where
gonna
she
start.
can deal in. Like, Tomi is her best friend, actually. If Hinata knew
Yeah,
that
that's
Tomi's
true.
hand was Haku only, she would absolutely be trying to deal in. Question is, where's
Oh,
Dora?
100%.
That's Dora 2 for Sugano.
No, Dora 1. It's,
Oh, you're right,
6
6-pin, 6-pin, not 7-pin.
But again, you can draw another Dora if it's right in shape. You get Ipeiko to a monster that is a domable 3900.
Suzuki has to somehow play this hand and dodge the deal in. 3-so, 3-so.
A 3-mon out.
Another 7-pin.
Another 7-pin.
Shantem.
Could play 5-pin and go for Sanshoku. Wait. Sanshoku, Tanya, Dora. That's enough.
It is.
If you play the 4-5-6, you can get the Shi. Are we gonna go for the 4? This is such a tough decision for Sugano. I'm thinking maybe you can't really call it. You have a Chitoi, I guess, if you drop the 4, but I think it's 5-pin here.
It's also tough because at the same time, Sugano might suspect that Tomi is Tenpai, and if she deals in, the game just ends. She doesn't get there, so she has to find a way to build her hand without supporting Tomi's hand.
But Tomi, I think now with that call, you're suspecting Tomi is going to be Tenpai at the end round, so now you can't even play Ryukoku. Like, you have to make something happen.
Yeah, 5-pin is Genbu. And
You can throw 7-pin. Yeah. Buy yourselves
Shanten
another
a different
turn.
way.
Would need Pinfu to be able to Dama snipe anybody.
Can still like Dama snipe Tomi. 2k is enough.
Yes, can still.
But you're right.
So yeah.
For Hinata, you would need Pinfu as well.
Oh, and it's gonna open up on that.
Dora call. So this will be the 39.
Tanya
She
Dora
can hit.
too.
She can hit Hinata. She can hit Tomi. 2-5 Mon, still the
Suzuki is
wait for
not
Tomi.
able to get there.
Sadness. Still Ishanta.
Okay.
Hinata can afford to deal into Sugano, actually. I think it's second. Oh, no, she drops a placement. It's harder than I thought.
For Hinata,
Yeah, I think she's still fine, but I'm not.
she says I think she's fine even in fourth in this position because Suzuki would then be second, not Tomi.
She Tempai for Sugano 3-6 Mon versus 2-5 Mon to get the second place
Oh my
spot.
goodness.
It all comes down to this.
Yeah, it does. Dodging.
Both players have built
Two
hand.
Mon.
Oh no! And it's gonna come out.
That's gonna do it. Tomi's gonna make it. Oh.
Haku Sanshoku.
Haku Sanshoku ends it. Sugano Tomi Tempai, but Tomi finds the tile first.
Oh, what a tense condition in all last, but it will be Tomi taking the second place. Hinata, the first overall.
Oh my goodness.
Impressive from all the players.
Mm-hmm.
Sugano almost making it. Suzuki will have to bow out in the end.
So close.
Oh, what an incredible battle that
What a
happened to be.
tense all last. Oh my goodness. That is the pinnacle of Rigi right there. That is the type of stuff you love to see. It does not get better than that.
Fantastic. Well,
Man,
I need to take a
You're gonna-
breath after that one.
yeah, you might need to take some medicine if the rest of the games, if the other game is that tense too. Something to get the heart resting a little bit more.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting. And to join us for the third and final game of this evening's broadcast will be Korak.
Oh,
Harrison, well,
Corex might have a little bit of audio.
okay, soon.
All right, let's try this again.
Oh, there we
Yes.
go.
All right,
We
so
know that
Nathaniel,
voice.
it has to be 234 Sanchu, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It's always 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Guaranteed 100%
best
win
one.
rate. But Harrison, thanks so much for casting this one. I heard a rumor that we'll hear more from you tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Tomorrow you will be hearing a lot of me. Some say you might even get sick of my voice, but to be determined.
Very good. Well, we'll look forward to catching up with you then to see the beginning of the finals. But with one more quarterfinal match to go, Korak will be taking over, and let's take a look at what we've got set for this final game. Table 3. The players are going to be... Wow, exciting. We've seen a lot of these players over the course of this series. The East, dealer Yumi Uotani, JPML player representing Team Trinity. In the South Seed, Uika Seto, SPM, representing Team Heartland. In the West Seed, Iki Watanabe, a JPML player, representing Team Mango. And in the North Seed, Izumi Kitahara, NPM player, representing Team Karaoke Mentanpin / Ayaman. Should be an exciting one. I see if we get anything like that previous series, definitely gonna be in for a treat.
Well, as you get late down to the wire in that last game, everyone feels the pressure. And although these players have done it before, it gets a little easier, but it never feels fine. You have a little bit of nerves, you get a little bit of caution, but you know your condition, and you just need to play your best.
We saw this table sort of in the background while we were watching the previous game. They were staggering their play so that their final table would occur in time to show up on the broadcast camera. We will get to see for the first time for ourselves what the score situation looks like coming into this final game. In the last one, it was very close. In the first game, one of the players had a bit of an advantage. And in this one, well, it's another close one.
Yes, we have, of course, Kitahara out in first place. Looks like Uotani salvaged a second, and Watanabe and Sato got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, going into this, Uotani has as many points as she started with. It looks like they are actually in the process of updating the score. So Uotani with plus 21.1.
Okay, yeah, we got baited. The technical issues on their side.
But yeah, that we could see the exact scenario we saw in the last one: a reversal of placements and close conditions at the end. Everything to play for.
Yes, this is a much better situation. You have two that are clearly in great position, two that have work to do. The only real advantage Watanabe and Sato have is they only realistically have to jump someone in second, because if you do that, you're very likely to have jumped the other one.
Absolutely. All right.
Ooh, nice little Itsu, maybe Chinitsu here, developing. And this little Pinfu, super wide Ishan 10. Goes and locks in the perfect Ishan 2 with possible Sun Menchun. Tuso's a great fill there. Goes and cuts the 9, float the 4. Speaking of 9 cuts, and then that pawn definitely screams Manzu Horitsu. But not the first attempt by, because that is this hand. Rishi Pinfu does not hold off for the Tanya Sanshku upgrade, just wants to throw this stick in and get this over with.
Watanabe off to a good start, and she's going to need it. She has the most ground to make up.
Yes, it's one where normally you always just throw this in. Is there a consideration with how many points you make up that maybe you have to get a little fancy here and hope for that shift on, say, a 6-0?
Yeah, that's always a concern, but in East 1, I feel like the standard play is to just slam, especially given the fact that when you win first place, that's a whole 40 points of Uma and Oka combined.
Yeah, you get a whole bunch of bonus in here. On the other hand, aren't quite able to fight just yet. That 6-0, on the other hand, gives a very nice route to fight this. Fremon's a miss. Of course, it is the Ricci. Yes, Ishunten with 2 Dora, but this is, ooh, double Ipeco option. We'll have to get rid of that Dora as well. 9 pin, isn't it? Pay, isn't it?
Tempai.
Well, no. Yeah, that is Tempai. You take the Dora Tonki.
Uotani says yes.
Will Dama Ipeco Dora 2. Of course, we know 2 of those Western ones. Oh, there it is! It's out on the Ipatsu, but we'll gladly take that. Ipeco Dora 2.
Well, how's that to start out the game? A cool 77 for the dealer. And that Ricci is so natural to take the early dealer play, but it just doesn't pan out this time.
Yeah, interesting play there by Uotani, just saying, you know what, the Dama is good enough. I just need to win this game. Even if I'm in second, it's probably good with a very strong second in the first match. So it doesn't really expose herself to much danger, but at the same time, this is not on Ippatsu there. But this looks like a Manzu Honitsu, a whole bunch of mid-tiles, but at the same time, gonna go and get rid of the honors. Maybe you can do something in Sozu. This looks like a Pinfu hand. Gonna have to get rid of some of the honors as well. Ugh. This is a wants to be Pinfu, but it's just not there.
Great fill for
Uotani. Fills in nicely. June pair up. Now I might just go Honitsu. We'll go and cut the south first. Could also go to Forso. 7 Mon pair up. 6 connects to the 5, so at least a slight improvement, but that hand still needs a lot of work.
Oh man, could be back to
7
back.
Mon, okay.
Onto heavy hands for Seto.
The 6 connects. This is now an overlap on the 5, 6, 8. Another Dora here. This is actually Chitoi Ishanten. Not exactly how I expected that hand to work out.
Just continue to draw a Monzo, I guess. Pair up all your tiles.
Well, I'm not going to turn down a Chinitsu in Chitoi 2, but I don't think it's going to get there because I don't think those 8s ever come out unless this hand gets called.
Another potential Chitoi hand for Kitahana.
Yeah, that feels very much like I know how this hand wants to go, and I'm not going to do it, so Chitoi's your only option.
Pairs abound in this hand.
Oh, and that's how Chitoi works. You decide to make the move for it and draw the tile you would have paired up.
Otani hedging hard, not cutting the east, north. Dora.
Unfortunate there with the 7. Of course, it cut the 9 with the 2 8s in hand. 1 pin, so that's now what, Rion, Peiko, Ishanten?
Yeah, I was going to say Chitoi, and I realized, well, they're all connected. We'll see what comes first.
Oh, just keeps drawing these upper Sozu tiles. It's got to be frustrating. Well, it is Chitoi now. I mean, you just take the Dora weight. Richi, Chitoi, Dora 2.
Unfortunately, this hand just cannot win because there are no Dora left in the wall.
Yes, we have 2 paired up in the Honitsu hand, and 1 just floating here in this one.
Chitoi
There's
Tenpai.
Chitoi.
Two
You could reach
slam
the
for
forward, have a disgusting 1 weight, or you could just throw the 1 and maybe Dama. I definitely like reaching the 4, but it's scary. We'll Dama the 1, waiting on that 4.
It feels like Seto has plans to even swap weights. Let's see if she gets a good opportunity.
There's the last 4, so that weight is now dead.
Suji 9 pin, but only 1 left, so not
Yeah,
that
you see a
strong.
bunch of those 9s now. It's not a very good weight. Nine's a pair up, but this hand is not getting to Chitoi. Will continue folding. If it gets there eventually, then maybe, but it's unlikely. Shaw's the first discard, so not really going to take the Furita and will stay Dama. Well, that's Chitoi Ishan. Doesn't take it, though.
Yeah, honestly, it comes down to can Seto find a good weight?
Well, she may also just be terrified of this 4. 2 is Dora. Well, that's an Ishanten upgrade. Has been scared of this Chun the whole hand, and stays scared of the Chun. Well,
Shabo. Oh, the 8
you go 8-so, 8-so?
It looks so good. Ipeko Chun Dora 2. If you can jam the 4-mon, otherwise, like you said, 8-so, 8-so.
Jams it. Okay, there you have confirmed Ipeko, Dora 2, and Chun.
Richi for Hanemon.
Of course, we know it can only win on the 8.
Just in case the 6-7-so in the discards wasn't good enough. Suji now. 8-so Shompai, though.
And you're looking at this pawn for both and going, why aren't there any 8-so? Because other than this hand, everyone also wondering where the 6s are.
Maybe the first Richi has a pair. So I guess the only consideration.
That's your hope.
Yeah, Otani's can see 1.
It's the 8, but it's the wrong one. Needs the 8-so. Haku's a miss.
1 winning
It
tile.
does not look good against that either of those pods, really.
Yeah, 1 winning tile for both players in the wall.
There's a 9, still not it.
I should say between the 2 players, there's only 1 winning tile, and that's, of course, Seto's 8-so. Otani might be running out. She has the Hatsu, though.
Yes, there is one in the wall. 7 close, but that's not it. 3-so. Ugh. I think just go 7-pin, 7-pin, but it doesn't feel great.
Mm.
Kind of sheepishly throws it out.
Looks like the north is also completely safe as well, so Wiltani will be able to escape, and 2 players
One
Tenpai.
so is a miss. We'll see the 2 players Tenpai and goes, you know, that Chitoi wait was not as good as I thought it was.
Yeah, feels rewarding to take the weight that had a chance, but did not pan out. So 2 Riichi sticks in the middle. Seto and Watanabe will pick up 1500s apiece. 2 Honba, as we go into East 2, Seto with the dealership.
The other part of this is Seto and Watanabe are the ones that need to perform in this game.
Absolutely, they're the ones coming in with the disadvantage. Otani got the great start. We'll see how these players fare on their own dealership.
This is a Pinfu hand. The question get that 79 Sanshigo. It doesn't look like it because of the Pinzu. And yeah, that's one where it looks reasonable to begin with, and then you put the tiles together, it looked a lot worse. Similarly, pretty bad hand filled with all sorts of Kanchan, overlapping shape with the 5, 6, 8, 9. A whole bunch of really just not great hands. The Daemon's actually a bit of a help here. There are some Sanjiku shifts, cuts the 9 immediately. 6 is a great fill there with the 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 connects with the Sozu for 6, 6, 8. We'll switch out the West for the Chun. 7 does connect to the 9, so you don't cut it immediately. But the hand's just so cheap. Also kind of kills off most of your Junchun routes. 4 so connects to the 3, at least get a Ryanman out of this. Tumon pair up. Now, talk about one Junchun hand. That's definitely one that wanted to get there, but the Tumon pair up, it just stuck. 4-pin pair, I'll go with a 9. Definitely move this towards Tanyao. Callable hand, but not very expensive. 4 so pair up. 3, 4, 4, 6, 6, 8. Tons of overlap. Throws the 5 back. You see 2 5s in a pond on your first 4 discards. Everyone should kind of be going, huh?
Yeah, it seems to me that Watanabe has had some really great starts, but she hasn't been able to win any of these hands. We'll see if this is the one that turns the tide.
Definitely moving towards the Junchan Chanta shape. The 5 connects nicely, gives a 5, 6, 7 Sanjiku potential on one side, and of course Dora on the other side. It's a very nice draw. You'll see the 2 cut to lock in the 4, 4, 5, 5 shape. Not great if you Anka one of those up, but if you get a 3 or a 6, you have a completed shape and a Peiko option. Drew an 8, drew an 8, threw another 8. We'll go ahead and cut the 1 here. Figures the hand has enough pairs that the 4 isn't necessarily going to be there. So with a 2, 4, 4, just treating that as 1 block as opposed to 1, 2, 4, 4, 2 block. 6, kind of an overlap in the Pinzu. It's not great though. Well, that's just Chitoi Ishan. Chitoi Tanyao Dora 2 Ishan. Possible Rion Peiko, but unlikely to get there. 2, so I feel his hand just folding now.
Yeah, Uotani has been playing... Ever since she won her dealer 77, she's been playing really cautiously, which makes sense given that she has, well, the first place advantage.
I mean, if she gets first, she doesn't care what anyone else does.
Exactly.
She was second in the first game, so it's just irrelevant. With second, there are ways to get knocked down, but it was a pretty good second.
Kitahara, some decisions here. Will just cut the 6-8 Mon.
Very bloated shape in Sozu, though. What was that? 3, 4, 4, 6, 6, 8, 8.
Tough. Another pair.
Dora pair up. Might go Chitoi now.
Wanted
to go 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, but I feel it's a Chitoi route. I might even cut 7 pin or 6 Mon.
We'll play the Chitoi. Of course, 4 Mon Dora is going to be missed out there.
Well, that's the thing about Chitoi, is if you have Chitoi and then you draw Dora, congratulations, you have a pair set up.
Yeah, in this case, 4 Mon is the Dora itself. We do have still the Ishanta from Kitahara. Oh,
5 pin,
was this
could go
Itsu the whole
now,
time?
maybe with the 2 pin. I think the decision here is, do I cut 8, 9? And I think you have to cut the 2, it's just so late. If you were first row with that, then sure. Oh, the 8's an ugly draw. Just throws it back. Two mods a miss can get thrown. One show doesn't really do anything, and the rest of the table is just kind of wondering what that hand is. Ooh, much wider Ishan 10 can even potentially call Chun, but throws the 9. Doesn't really want to get rid of the 8 here.
Yeah, the north is, what, once cut?
Well, there's the 3 goes and calls this down for Ishan 10, Chanyadora 1. Three, that is not Tempai. Cuts the north for now. Doesn't have to throw the 3 unless Tempai is reached. 6, well, there's your cheat toy. Which one do you want? I feel this is the right one. The 5 came out very early. 3, ooh, interesting. We'll just go ahead and shift this down. Doesn't cut the 2. 1 moves the hand forward. It is now Ishan 10.
Mm-hmm.
1 so is kind of a disgusting way, but I think it's already 2 out.
That's
Does not want to throw this 3. The door indicator, never a fun tile to throw late.
right, especially with an open. Well, rather, I guess Watanabe herself was open, but this late end of row
could
3.
move this towards Honitsu. Now you can use the 4, but it won't be Itsu. Speaking of 4s,
Now for safety
hates
reasons.
the 4-7 Tsuji, and yeah, we'll just throw the 7 instead. Waiting on that 4. Of course, we've seen them, so good luck with it. Speaking of unwanted 4s,
Oh, these draws have been so unfortunate.
speaking of unwanted 4s,
The Dora comes just way
oh, he
too
couldn't
late.
go for the triple.
Yeah,
And so isn't it? This will not make it there. Does go ahead and throw the 3, though. And now I see the hands, and it's just the cheat toy. And you know what? If I get that, I'm fine with that.
yeah, what a scary hand.
Pick up your 3,000.
That will advance that a little bit closer to the first place mark. She will need a first place.
Yeah, the classic deal-in would have been 2,400 plus a home bus, so actually ends up with more just getting the Tempai payments. Of course, you do lose out on the sticks that are sitting in the middle, which is the real prize.
Still 2 sticks and 3 Hompa this time, so prize still out there to be given away.
This little Tanya, this hand significantly worse. You want to brute force it into a Chanta Junchan hand, but it's just slow. Couple pairs. It just starts off with a 2. It feels desperate even with a 1 in the hand. 3 is a very nice hand. Nice draw there. Can actually use it as a pair with a 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Pay pair up. Not ideal for dealer, but it does move you closer to the Chanta route. 8-pin pair up. 5, so pulls in nicely with the 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. 9-pin pair up. Which is how much do you believe? And he just continues getting rid of the honors. The plan is definitely Chanta, presumably with enough calling. Pay is passed. 6-0 fills in nicely. Second completed shape. I'm very surprised that pay was passed.
Opening does leave you a bit vulnerable. There's an open, though, from Uotani.
Just says, give me my 1 Han, maybe 2, and I'm out of here. Ishanta now with the 6-mon draw. 9-pin Anko. Yeah, just goes and gets the 2. Goes headless here.
Ishanta, Kanchan. It's not the best, but if you feel one of them, you're feeling pretty good.
Well, if you feel one of them, you feel, hey, I'm halfway there. And then like good's the word I'd use. Speaking of wider shapes, also backfire on the possible 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku.
Oh.
But it'd be really hard with the pair, so throws it back.
I'll give a pass on that one.
Shaw's a miss. 3-mon, of course, through the 2 the previous turn. 1, 2, 3 Sanshigu kind of backfires. 8-mon is going to do anything here. None is going to do anything.
I feel like
8-mon
for
isn't going to do anything.
most of these hands, nothing's. Oh,
Okay, well, there's a Tempai. I think you just Dama cutting the 4. Well, Dama cutting the 2, wait on the 4. Possible 4, 5, 6 Sanshiku is the plan.
Yeah, that's a nice hedge.
It's about whether you want to pull some. Well, that's just
Well.
3-sided. You slam this every time. Ricci, possible Tanya, 3-6. Will not be Tanya on the 9, of course.
The biggest chance that we've seen for Kitahara so far.
Ishan 10. Close. That's not it, though. That is not Tempai.
So the will.
Billy's the pair. 5-mon, not a great draw, but Ishanten for a closed Shanta. 5, this is Tempai. We'll throw the 4 here, waiting 7, 8 Shampon. It is Suji and the 8 had just come out. That's Tempai, though. Lots of options here.
Ooh. Okay, got 5-pin Genbu, wait, 1 4-pin.
5 is safe. You can also Dama here because the 1 is Genbutsu.
Oh!
But throws the 4 in, goes for the Tanyao. Secures Tanya. It'll be the Rishi Tanya door 1.
A challenge because 2 of the 5-pin have come out already and a 2-pin. But she's really targeting the direct hit.
1 pin. Oh, and the 1 would have won because I imagine it has to come out.
It helps that it's Suji against the second Ricci, so maybe a little bit more thought
Still
otherwise.
3-sided versus 2-sided. Oh, that's Adora. That may be the end of this. And there goes the 8. Not the deal in tile. Still that 3, 6, 9 versus 2, 5. All these dangerous pin tiles, and none of them are it.
8-pin back
That
to
is
Tempai.
Tempai waiting on the 6. Now with 2 Dora.
6-0 is the door indicator. 2 held by Seto as well, so not many of those available. Could she to change the weight?
You switch over here. We'll go ahead and take it. Wider shape here, waiting on 6, 9.
9-pin will
Speaking
deal
of
in.
9s, there it is. Avoids the draw because of the chi. And it's just going to be the Ricci Nomi, but look at those sticks.
Ricci Nomi, but 4 Ricci sticks, 3 Honba. Kitahara will jump back into second place.
Casual Ricci Nomi, no Ura plus 6,200.
Yeah, it feels more like you just won 5,200 plus someone's Ricci stick rather than Ricci Nomi plus 5 Ricci stick or 4 Ricci stick and 3 Honba.
We'll get Kitahara into second place. Otani just staying out of the fight here, cruising in first place.
It's funny.
And now you look at these scores. You have 2 that are way up and 2 that are way down.
Yeah, it's funny to say Otani staying out of the fight when she was 3 calls in, but she did an excellent job of avoiding the danger and managing to stay in the fight.
A lot of poking and prodding, but no real challenging, which is definitely how I like to play as well.
We go to Watanabe in East 3, her dealership number 1.
Fremont pair up, kind of a Pinfu hand, a bit of a mess. Maybe Honitsu? The 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku will hedge it for now. Also has the South Dora. 1 Pin pair up can definitely play for Pinfu. 2. Ugh.
It's a shame. We gotta keep it.
Yeah, goes and cuts the 8. Maybe you just plan to cut the 9 line later and go Tanya with it, but everything's ugly in that hand.
Honestly, I'm not too thrilled about any of these hands, really. Maybe Kitara.
This one's okay, but it's the best of the bunch, and I'm not thrilled with it either.
Another pair. Well,
Ew. Now it's just G-Toy. I just go 2-pin. Instead cuts the 1. Moving towards the Tanya. If you do have that 9-9, so Tanya is still a distant option. We say it all the time. Just because your hand is bad doesn't mean other hands are good. That's one of those fallacies that a lot of Mahjong players get trapped into.
Yeah, I certainly get that internal feeling every time my hand is bad. It's hard to fight against it.
7-so connects with the 6s. Can move the land a little bit forward. 6 pair up. Now you have a 4, 6, 6, 7, 7, 9. Still just hard to use anything.
Watanabe might just be forcing a flush here in the Pinzu. We'll see.
Well, it's a 6 Onko now. Can cut the 3. We'll go ahead and cut the 6. This is Ishunten, I believe.
It is. Really needs a 3-pin.
4 gets thrown back. Is looking to move this towards Chinitsu and Pinzu, but it's just so slow. And I feel when your hand's this bad, getting greedy for something silly isn't necessarily wrong, because you're planning to fold out anyway.
And forcing a Yaku like this also gives her the ability to call, which she might not be afforded otherwise.
South pair up, that is Dora, so can move the hand a little bit forward.
Also, Kitahara in the south seat can call it for a Yaku as well as Dora 3.
And we'll plan to with that cut. Says the floating 5 isn't that important. The plan is call or ideally just draw it ourselves. Another pair with the 2s might just go 9-mon here, give up on the Sanshoku. Instead, cuts the 6, gives up on the Chitoi, really forcing the Sanshoku. They have a 1-3-5, should just be the 9. Ooh, throws the 5, wants to keep the Chanta routes open.
Yeah, Watanabe is really desperate to keep her dealership. At this point, just calling for Keita might be good enough.
Yeah, but when you do that, keeping the 1-3-5 seems really nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Eight, that is Tempai. It's Richinomi will Dama-nomi.
Yeah, this
waiting
is
on 3-pin.
expected from Uotani. She can't see any of the Dora. None of them have come out either. There's a scary looking flush hand, and you're waiting on that in the same suit as the flush, so with a bad weight.
With a bad weight that you didn't even know is in the wall at this point. Kumon Onko abandons the Sanjaku. Seems to be done here. 7 shows a miss. Can keep it as a decent floating tile, but you've already got 5, 7, 8, 8 in Sozu. That's Ishunten. Can probably cut the 8. We'll do so.
Preemptively discarding the 8-pin before the
5
flush
left
gets there.
some sliding down, but it's still not Sanshoku or really any direct upgrade. 5-pin that moves this to a little bit closer because you have the 5-7 and the 2-3. Still headless though.
A wider variety of tiles to be able to call or draw.
Just goes and cuts the 8-9. This looks like a likely fold. Chun getting thrown back wants to make something from this, but you have that lone Dora that you just can't expect to throw at this point. Forza, okay, we're getting there towards a Sanshoku.
Slowly but surely. Oh, a little backfire there.
Backfire on the 7, yeah. And says, oh, the 7's clear. I'll get rid of that now, thanks.
Otani has been able to draw
Another
safety.
east. Lots of it. This should just be the 9, so probably. No, goes to the 2, says I'm done. There's no route back into this. 1, this is now Ishunten.
I think
3,
Watanabe
yeah,
will...
you're not throwing a Pinzu. There's no way. Maybe if you get Tempai. Oh, there's a hand, but it's not going to be a Yaku, but good enough for Tempai payments with a 3-sided shift there on the end. and we'll just pick up 3,000 and move on. Great result for Uitani.
Yeah, she's really played this game extremely comfortably ever since that first hand, picking the right moments to challenge, the right moments to fold, and it seems like she's sensing this from within three tiles of the Hypai, like whether she is going to get the chance to fold or not, and or push or not, and if not, she just starts playing extreme Sakikiri, discarding dangerous tiles ahead of time and then folding.
Kitahara also in very good position now, and it's very important for Kitahara that Watanabe's in fourth. Because that means your big split on Uma between yourself and Seto isn't going to be that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, his hand, maybe an Itsu in Manzu. 3 connects loose with a 1-1-5-6. Whole bunch of honors. Kind of hard to see what to do with that. Similarly, this feels like a 79 Sanshoku hand. Maybe a Junshan in there. 4 connects with the 2, but it's in the wrong suit. Because you really want the Itsu there. Everything else is so cheap.
Not a promising.
Ugh. Yeah, just gonna start throwing honors for now. I feel this is in I want to go Honitsu, but I'm not sure which suit yet.
Yeah, for me, it's like I just want to draw some middle tiles. Maybe I'll be able to play this hand. If not, I'm gonna fold.
2-4-6-8 shape. Dora pair up. Well, now you have to at least play this hand a little more aggressively.
Yeah, as your first dealer round, Kitahara has some reason to play for points. I think the second time we get around, she might be less inclined to.
3-4-5 goes and cuts the Penshan. Junshan Dream's probably dead at this point. Free Soul be held as a floater. 8 Tilted really doesn't do much. We'll go ahead and sit on it because you do have the 3 6s. Dora drawn doesn't do anything with the hand immediately, though. 3 So fills the Penshan. 2 So connects with the 3, but you already discarded the 1s, potential Furiton along the way. Ishunton now with a 3-4. 3-3-4-5. Not great, but there's a lot of shifting options. 1-mon pair up. You still have this ugly Pinzu shape, though. I kind of want to cut the 9-pin there and at least fish for Itsu.
It's kind of coming
You
together.
have any hand where you have just a discombobulated mess, but a bunch of tiles in the same suit, I want to at least fish for Itsu. Yeah, here with a 2-4-6-8-9-9 is cutting a 9 that much worse.
It feels like in that hand, Watanabe has just decided that the 9-pin's going to be the pair, and maybe her value route is like 1-2-3 Sanshoku or 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
5 connects with the 7. 3 overlaps the 2-3. 9 So's a miss.
Another 8 So. 3 of them.
Tragedy, yeah. See that says, okay, you know what? I'll hold it. If you insist, game, I'll hold it.
It's 8-pin not even that good with 2 9-pin cut, and we know where the other 2 are, but Utani doesn't.
Orso can try and shift this up to Tanya. We'll go and cut the 9 though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a floating 7. East is pretty useless here, but a better safe tile than this 8. Even with the 1 chance, sitting on Dora Suji as a tile you're never going to use is just not a great safe tile.
Should be noted for Uotani here that the Green Dragon is just a pair. The other 2 have been cut already, so she has to keep that in mind.
Well, that moves the hand forward. Now Ishan 10 with the 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. 2-mon fills nicely. It's now Ishan 10, but keeps this 2-4-6-8 shape. Of course, you don't want the Furiton, the ones who really ruining the hand. Orso connects to the Dora, and we'll move a little bit forward. The plan here is cut Hatsu in a couple turns.
Right. Ooh, choice here.
Possibly Peiko shift.
2-pin?
Can cut the 2-pin, can also cut the 6-mon.
You could just throw this back as well. Does she like the lower pin tiles? They do look kind of good. No, 6-mon.
Well, this is Tempai waiting on 3-pin Dama.
We
saw last hand at a 3-pin Dama wait. Ishunton now with the Anko of 1-pin. 7 So goes back. Tuso goes back, seeing all those lower Sozu tiles. That's Tempai, Ricci, Dora 2, waiting on 2-5 Mon.
And this is why Watanabe chose the Dama. She didn't have any Dora, couldn't see any Dora, had a bad weight, no value in the hand, not worth challenging dealer. At least she gets some control over how she defends now.
Will eventually cut the West on the Ipatsu turn. 6. You have a couple options here. You can just play safe, or you can take a switch here.
Oh,
We'll go ahead and Kargiri Ricci waiting on the 3 now.
It is Genbutsu to the Ricci. And
Genbutsu to 1 and Tsuju to the Ricci tile.
yeah, still a risk though.
Well, clearly hoping for it to come out of this hand. But gets the 1, doesn't deal in.
7 Mon, too dangerous against 2 Ricci's. Khan.
Khan! Tons of food here. Also has the 1 Pinanko.
16 plus 8 is 24. And Rinshan Sumo.
Rinshan! Reach Sumo, Rinshan, Dora 3 at least. Dora 5.
Oh my goodness.
That's Baimon, isn't it?
Reach Sumo Rinshan. Dora 5? 24,000 points for Kitahara. And she is all but confirmed to advance.
I just look at the face of the other players. Are you kidding me?
Dora 2, Ura 2. And then one more.
A 5
Dora
giving the
from the
six,
Rinshan,
yes.
from the new Dora. From the Khan
Well,
flip.
who needs food? Just Rinshan and a couple Aura on top of it.
Oh my goodness, what a swing. Well, that changes the plan for a lot of players.
Yeah, Kitaharu was already in pretty good position after the first game. Now just looking to pass rounds. Puts a lot of pressure on Utani, but you see how far Utani is from Seto and Watanabe. So this is one where Utani just wants cheap hands. Kitaharu just wants cheap hands to move things along. And Watanabe and Seto need big hands.
Yeah, remember, when you come into this game with a negative, your big dream is that you get a first for the 20 points of Oka, as well as the first place Uma. Now that first is all but locked up by Kitahara, you're not getting any of those Oka points, so you have to do this the hard way. You have to sink Uotani down to a third and then a fourth, and you also have to win a bunch of points yourself.
There's enough of a gap you have to get to first anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is huge.
Unless you direct hit Utani for Baimon roughly and bring her way down, you're going to have to just storm back and steal it from Kitahara eventually.
Yeah, exactly. It might be easier just to get first place than it is to hit Uotani down.
Boy, take a look at these hands. The 7-So is going to be held here. A few pairs. This is a Chun pair. Pretty good shapes elsewhere. 9-So is the Dora, so that'll be pulled in. 3 completes the Penchon, possible Itsu. 7 Mon connects with the 8-8. Kinfu hand. 4 is a pretty bad floater. Will get thrown back, especially having thrown the 5 earlier. 4 Mon on the hand will connect to the 5. Shaw, pretty useless. Will get thrown back. Bit of hesitation, but they continue. 6 connects here with the 7-8-8.
I feel like this
5
is...
upgrades Mystery on Khan, goes and cuts the 1-2.
Chito might be the perfect hand for Kitahara to play. It's somewhat defensive. If she gets Tenpai, she can down for 9,600. And if she doesn't get Tenpai, then that's fantastic. The dealership passes and the game's closer to ending.
6-0 fills in nicely. Possible 5-6-7 Sanshoku now. 4 connects here with the 2-5-7. Unanko. Well, now you just want to go whole Nitsu. 5 pair up can go Ipeko. Now you Shunten. 6 pair up, not ideal. I just throw it back. Can maybe lock it in with the 4 Soka, but I just like throwing it back, and that's what happens. Two pin is going to help. Dora draw, not the ideal situation. May just cut 2-4 here. Especially if the plan was to Dama.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to... Okay, 3-pin. Allows for...
So not giving up on the Peiko, giving up on the Chinitsu, giving up really all the value. Now we're going to see a Chi, and there is our Honitsu play. Planning to call the East, of course. Oh, and gets the perfect fill. This would have been Tempai on the 2-pin.
That 2-pin looks really nice.
Oh, there is Tempai, Riichi, Pinfu, possible Sanjoku. Sanjoku on the 5, and just Riichi Pinfu on the 8.
Big opportunity for Watanabe. She needs this. Uotani gonna take this
call.
challenge.
Now Tempai. It's 1 so, not it. The 2 doesn't help. And of course, the 1s have cleared. Wants to go to the 4 now, though. Oh, that 6 feels bad. Does shove it, though.
Oof, 5 so.
Just the way this hand, I really didn't like holding onto that 2-4 earlier, but you know the 4 is safe. And this is just fold.
Otsubo.
Sumo, Sanzo. Tune Honitsu will shut this down.
With Adora as well.
Yeah, that's just Mongon.
Otani just hitting once again. It seems like every time she chooses to fight, she gains points out of it.
And even paying out the Mongon Kabari for Kitahara doesn't really care. That's the one person you really don't care if they hit you. And it wasn't a direct hit either, so Watanabe and Sato also lose points. And very much in a handshake situation. Sure, take your points, we move on, everybody's happy.
Well, everyone except
and I say everybody except the ones not involved in the transaction.
And with this big lead, it looks like Seto and Watanabe will need to go on massive dealer runs. So first things first, win something, sumo something preferably, probably con
well,
here.
Would we just see a con? I think you have to. I don't see a reason not to.
I would like
you have to make something happen.
Exactly.
Yep, goes for it.
I'd like to know what the new Dora is before I discard it.
Huso is the new Dora.
Okay, so that might encourage me to hold this 3 so. Whereas otherwise I wouldn't have that information.
Also moves it maybe towards a Honitsu. 5 so connects to the 5-6. Not great. Might go 1-3 or 9-7. Goes with the 1.
And it's possible that this con tragically backfires and someone else gets Tempai first because our hand is somewhat slow and we lose more points. But honestly, if they were going to win that hand anyway, whether we con or not wouldn't really make much difference. So.
No, and even if you're paying out a little bit extra, it doesn't really matter. There's one real problem you can run into, and that's if you don't fight. If you fight and lose, so be it.
Yeah, but in this position...
But if you just gave up without making a challenge, that's when you feel really depressed.
We saw this in the last game as well. The players who were down were doing everything that it took to hit their condition. They didn't get there, but I definitely appreciated the fighting spirit.
7 so connects there for the completed run. That is Ishanta. Now we're going to see the Poland of the 8 moving towards that Honitsu.
In the new Dora suit. Sozu.
Well, that just Tempai. 3-sided Riichi Pinfu Dora. 2-5-8 pin. And Utani says, well, if you insist, I guess I'll take it.
Refuses to take the foot off the gas pedal.
And we see this 5. It just feels destined to deal it at some point if Utani doesn't sumo this.
Yeah, it was kept as a potential Dora floater, and now Watanabe is going to need to connect to that in order to survive.
3-4-5 Sanshoku, so we'll go ahead and cut the 8-6.
One of the nice things for Seto and Watanabe is that Uotani's in Riichi. Like, that might seem like a bad thing, but that means that she can't defend. So, especially for Seto, she can challenge here with the Riichi, and she's getting close.
It's not Tempai, still Ishunten.
There's a good chance that...
Another on the 2-5 line is the 2-5-8 wage, so... If you can't draw, if you can't... Dora 1, any Ura. I see at least 2. Yes, it is Ura 2. That should be a Mongon. And that may effectively end the game here. Watanabe out of it. Seto needs to make a huge run, but it feels like we have our 2 now.
Yeah, we were thinking that Seto or Watanabe might need to challenge Kitahara for first. What's Uotani doing that? And that could just end things.
And you see the score difference here, 100 points. And you see the raw score difference, and it's drastically different, but 100 points, it'd basically be tied. Buzz Lookie's hands, Haku pair up. Pretty good shapes, not too much value though. 6 fills in 9 with the 579. East isn't going to do anything for this hand. Again, we are in the south round now, so it doesn't even do that. No potential Yakuhai.
Oh, it seems I might have had an audio glitch earlier. Sorry about that.
4 connects to the 5-6. Nice little Pinfu hand. East is still useless. Going to get thrown back. 5 pair up. Can move the hand a little bit forward. 9 pair up. Not ideal. Possible Sanshoku Ipeiko, though. 3-pin floater will be held for now. 5 Mon pairs up. 5, 5, 6, 7, 9. 5 so extends this to Ryoncon, but still no pair. And it's kind of an awkward shape. We'd have 5, 7, 7, 9, 9, and you just don't have a pair yet. Tumon, pretty useless. As the 2 Dora, just wants to call and go, but the hand isn't letting her. Might see a shift down. Yeah, it says move it towards Tanya at least. Tumon pair up. Not ideal here, but still have the honors to get rid of. East useless. Will get tossed. 6 connects to the 5, 5. Now 1, 3, 5, 5, 6. Not ideal, but a forward really opened that hand up. 6 to floater, not going to get capped, holding the relatively safe tune. 2 still in the hand, moves this hand way up, and now just go Haku Haku, Ishan 10 for potential Richi Pinfu Sanshoku.
Little tile mishap, that's okay.
Tile doink, no one saw it, no penalty. And
No.
this is the probably over at announcer going, are you sure nothing happened?
It looks like
And
there's maybe a
exchanging
scoring,
points. I think,
100
yeah,
points,
may have
maybe a
been a
home
home
missed.
issue.
We'll get that corrected. Okay, and the gameplay continues. Nice 5 Mon draw for Uotani.
Yeah, voice from the sky saying, you screwed up.
Although if I was playing, I'd rather have the voice there than not.
Yes. Another Dora, now Ishan 10. 2, I mean, there was a route to Tanya, but I just don't see it. I just throw it back. Yeah, and does so. 7, not a great floater, especially having cut the 8 the previous turn. Surprised this 7 one's being held instead of that tune safe tile. We'll go ahead and switch the safe tile to the Haku. Of course, seeing, what, 3 out, so unless it deals into some random Kokushi, we'll always be safe. That's just Tempai. Richi Dora 3, I think you just take it. The problem is, do you have to? And I think the answer is probably no Damas.
Consideration, I'm sure,
You
to
don't
go
wanna
1 pin,
take-
3 pin
yeah.
if you're going to Dama.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd go 1-3 if I wanted to Dama, because then you just call it down for the time you get to Tempai anyway. Oh, like that, and then you'd be waiting on that 7, and you could have the Dama. Now we're going to see a Chi here. Gets this to Ishan 10, just wants to try and get to Tempai out of here.
Uotani not content to just leave her dealership. And that's because there are more Seto and Watanabe.
Well,
Two players chasing stuff
that
at the
is
dealership.
not the tile you wanted. This is Tempai, but it's a garbage one. This is Pinfu Nomi. 3 doesn't do anything. I don't really see a shift. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it just in case something happens, but it's not going to be Sanshiku unless there's a lot more work added. I think the reason gives up on it, says, you know what, I tried, I gave up. And throws the stick in, now waiting on the 2-pin for 3 Dora.
The 2-pin fresh out of Watanabe's hand. And
oh, there's the
Sumo.
Sumo. Says, okay, if you're going to Dama, I'll Dama and show you how it's supposed to be done. Sumo's immediately. Sumo Pinfu.
At least collects a stick and the Honba payments. And now
Watanabe is like, yeah, I didn't want that, but if you insist, I guess I will. Yes. This is a great outcome for Kitahara and Otani.
Goes to Seto now, and this is where she has to just go all out.
Yes.
Can't hold anything back now. And I'm going to be very interested in seeing how Otani and Kitahara both play against this. Will it be extreme passivity, or will they half fight, like play standard, or just go quickly because they know they can afford to deal into a couple hands before they have to start thinking again?
In this situation, I'm always on the aggressive side, but then I'm a very aggressive player anyway. So it'll Pinfu, maybe 2 Dora, 6 connects to the 4-5, 6 connects to the 8, but the shapes are hideous. 4 connects to the 3, shapes are okay. Has a couple honors to get rid of. Penchun fill on that 4-6, because there's a 3-5-7 would be really nice. Other than that, the hand is reasonable. 9 pair up. 2 connects to the 4-4, but it's still not great. The 4-pin's a great draw, though. 2, 3, 4, 5. 9 connects to the 7. We'll get rid of the floating 9. 8-pin fills in the Kanchan. Haku Anko can now call and go. Mimon doesn't do anything. You get tossed, especially when you've already thrown tiles in that area. 1-mon pair up, can just cut the 2, play efficiency, we'll do so. 4-mon's a miss. 5-pin pair up, has the 2 Dora, so if you draw a 3rd, it feels great, but by itself, the 5 pair up isn't much. 6-mon will float, kind of floater connecting to the 5, 6, 7, possibly Peiko. Lots of Pinfu upgrades, though. 8 so, well, this is Ishan 10. We'll go ahead and cut the 5. Never really want to cut the Dora, so may end up stuck on that Penchon when Tenpai is reached. 5-pin. Well, there's your Anko. Ew.
Then could just cut the 3-pin.
Normal cut. Yeah, you don't really want to reach E, but if the game gives it to you, just take it. Ishanten here with Ryan Conrianman. Says can't shift this down, but doesn't do anything immediately. And there are some people who just throw the 6 and say, hey, this 3-so Suji is completely safe. And my response is, if you trust Dora Suji, you deserve to lose.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes with nothing else to work with, players will use that to convince themselves that it's safe. But for the most part, people are going to be baited by that. It's safe enough,
and no, it gets a lot of people in trouble. They were going to see our call. Moves this to Ishan 10. There goes the 2. 6-pin. Oh, that is a beautiful shape in Pinzu, but I think you just have to throw it back because the Sozu shape, you don't ever want to slim that down. 1-1-3-5-5 is such a beautiful shape. It's Tenpai on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
especially right, no, 1, 2, 4, 5, not the 3.
Mm-hmm. If you draw the 1-pin even, there are chances that the 2-so draw feels even better because you get the 1, 2, 3 Santoku chance. There's the point for Tenpai.
Yeah, just waiting 2-5 here for the Haku, just to try and end this. Of course, the problem here is now you don't actually want to draw that 4-so. Let me shift out with the 9. 2-so.
The 2 5-pins are so held well. That's a Tenpai.
There's your Tenpai. I think you just take the Shampo and you want the Dora. The 5, I believe, deals in. And we'll take the Shampoo here. 1-so, 5-so. Riichi Dora 2 or Dora 3.
So 2 5-pin versus 1 5-so. Is a 2-pin.
Speaking of 2-pin. It is the Pinzu weight, not a 2 5-so weight.
And this is the player that Uotani really doesn't want to deal into.
Hatsu pair up. Just folding out. Pays safe enough.
So for honor tile, Uotani's been able to keep the fight going.
7-so isn't going to do anything. Goes in Kargiri, is it? His hand was just folding, so I imagine nothing dangerous is going to come out here. Goes Hatsu. I had the graphics finally update.
I think there's only one tile live in the wall for Uotani. 1 2-pin. If my count is correct.
3-so, that is safe. Of course, that was the Ricci tile. That is Tempai waiting on 3-so. We just see 2 of them have come out. So you know neither of these hands can use it.
This is maybe one of the few spots where having that Tsuji set could be a little bit helpful, because you have 2 people already Tempai that the 3-so is safe against, and it's Tsuji against the third. It might be your best bet.
Yeah. Says, okay, that's too much, I'm out. Oh, and there's the Haku.
Oh, 5-so. Kitahara can defend, though.
That's not coming out. And there's the 3.
Might not be the worst thing in the world for Uotani to deal into Watanabe here, just to pass the dealership forward, but you'd rather just let it go naturally.
Well, the problem is you don't really want to repeat here. But of course, it'd be better than dealing in, unless there's... Oh, there's the last 3-so. That is Tempai. Do you want to get in there? And the answer is no. We're going to see it, and they see that 3-so would deal in. And of course, the 1-5 with the 2 Dora, and go, okay, take your 1500. We are perfectly happy to give that up to not deal into that hand. But both Sato and Watanabe have a lot of work still to do.
Yeah, it's a shame when you put 1,000 to the middle of the table and get 1,500 back. All that work for 500 points. But those sticks still to be reclaimed later in the next round.
Now, the worst feeling was you Ricci and everyone else somehow managed to get to Tempai and you lose 1,000 on the hand.
That is so true.
But of course, we have a pot here, not a big one, certainly not on the size that Sato or Watanabe are actually going to need here. I see dragons, but I don't think it's quite enough. No.
Callable.
Hatsu pair, maybe, yeah, I feel that's a call and go hand. You don't really gain much keeping it closed. You really need to win the hand, so even if it's relatively cheap, just calling is fine. Nice little Pinfu hand. 6 a much better floater. We'll get the Haku here. Chun useless, gets thrown back. Did well, okay, you're rid of the Chun, I'll get rid of the Chun. 3-so, now Ryokan with a 1-3-5 in addition to the 3-4-5. 8-so doesn't really do much, but the 1-pin does even less. 4, not a great tile there. Gonna fish for 7-8-9 Sanshoku. 7 loosely connects to the 5, but you did cut the 9 earlier, so some of the upgrades are out. 4, well, not really thrilled with the Ryokan, but I guess you take it. You see the 9 thrown back. Not going to go the Chitoi route here. 6 is a great fill. The problem is the rest of the hand's a mess. Abandons the 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku routes. The hand's going to be cheap, too. Goes to the 1-so, hoping to move the sword Tanya. Another Chun doesn't help. The South doesn't help. West doesn't help. We'll hold as a safe tile for now. 6-so. Okay, that helps a lot. Fairly wide Shunten.
Yeah, with
next here with the 5, 6, 6, 7.
Uotani, a lot of flexibility of what becomes the head of the hand, the pair. The 3, 3, 4, 5, 5-so shape is so flexible. Also, you get the 9-so as well, extension.
Ishunton here with a 6-0 draw. Sal thinks about it as a safe tile and says, "Yeah, we'll be greedy with a 9 for now." Another pair up in Monzu. Another odd pair up in Monzu.
Awkward. Oh boy, that's a lot of
That's a shape.
How do you feel about
I'm
8-so?
tempted to just throw it back.
I think the 8-so cut is so funny. Probably slightly inefficient, but very amusing. That's Tempai?
Well, that's Tempai. Could take the 1-5 Shampon, and will do so. Oh, that's a fill. This is Tempai with the Peiko.
Oh.
Will Dama here on the 5. We see the Chi here to break the Patsu and throw Hatsu.
Tanyao shift. If Uotani
This
switches,
5
she deals
just
in.
deals in if it ever comes out.
And that's probably okay for Uotani.
Even with Aura wouldn't even be that bad, because you just want Sato's dealer over with. There's the Sumo.
Sumo.
Reach Sumo. Can't see the Aura. Shirt seems to be in the way here.
8-pin indicator. So
Nope, doesn't help.
just reach Itsumo, and that suits Uotani just fine. Seto will lose her dealership, and now it's time to go Yakuman hunting.
Yep, Kitahara says, "I want my first." Yutani says, "You know what? Take it. It's fine." Sato, on the other hand, is in pretty rough shape now, and Watanabe must go on a huge dealer run. There's no chance at this point until you get first place, so you just need to start sumoing. At the same time, you want to build value, and that hand is not what you want to stare at when you're like, "I must win this hand."
Not even
That
bother
hand
sorting.
is trash.
Oh my goodness.
Says it's Shanta, I don't care. And that's kind of how I treat it too. It's not what you want. 8-pin connects to the 7, kind of loose tiles everywhere. Gets up on the Sanchiku route with the 8-mon cut. Ugh, the more I look at that hand, the less thrilled I am.
The more I look at it, the more it's
Now
Kokushi.
they're up, just call and go. Oh, might even just be saying if it's not Kokushi, I'm not winning anyway, so I might as well try it.
The non-dealer Kokushi is one thing. Dealer Kokushi, that's worth some points.
That would wake up this table. Sigmon doesn't actually move the hand forward because you already have enough blocks. This is actually a 6th block potential.
Probably pair
I'd
cut.
probably throw it back. The question is, do you want to give up door acceptance? So I feel it's either a 9 or just the 6.
Yeah, we're kind of giving some careful thought here.
And does cut one of the 9s, goes to the 9-pin. Haku says, "Okay, we're just going for it." It's not really even turning the Pinzu Honitsu. It feels like it's Kokushi or bust. So interesting. Oh, there's the Dora draw. Rewarded for not throwing the 6 back. So interesting question. What is the farthest you've gone from Kokushi?
Farthest? Probably 8.
I've done it from 2. I'm sure you will be shocked to know I did not get there.
Oh, what a surprise.
It was a situation where I had a Rentai and needed to get a Yakuman, and that was the best one there. And that feels kind of like how this play is. It's a little bit better than that, but it's still really rough.
Yeah, I mean, that you've got a condition, you got to play to it. Well,
Atsu's another draw. Okay, getting there a little bit.
No
Still
pair in
3
hand as well, so that's pretty helpful. Sashantel.
5, so fills in nicely with the 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5 Sanchiku potential, but at the same time, do you really need it? And I like this 5 because it allows you to call down for Itsu and Monzu. Use the 1 potentially as your pair in Sozu. 6-pin doesn't do anything. I imagine it gets tossed. Might go south-south if you're greeting, But yeah, it goes to the 6. Well, that is what we call technically Tempai. And says no. No. That would have been a 7 so for Pin Chumpon, where you have the Onko of 7 in the hand, so you just start that many tiles. Now you're kind of wondering on this south why you haven't seen it. We are in the south rounds. There's a double south out there. It seems to be folding out. At the same time, you really don't want to throw Pinzu into this hand. You're not sure if it's Kokushi or Chiditsu yet.
8-pin before any of the honor tiles gives me the vibe of Kokushi, but it can be something absolutely ridiculous. And for all you know,
I mean, it could just be Chanta Honitsu. I've seen that before.
right?
Dora pair up should be 6-pin. Now you can just call the south and take your Dora 2 Tempai.
Assuming we can never see the south, we know Watanabe will not discard it.
June pair up, so moves the hand a little bit forward. There's your pair.
We need 1-mon, 9-mon.
We'll go to lock the Dora pair in. The 7, there it is. I said that was the plan. Goes and calls the 7, 8, 9 on the Itsu side. 3 so, can go to the 7 now. 8-pin, another one, not useful. That is not Tempai. Needed the 3, the 5, or the 8.
Yeah, could throw it back at 7 so.
I guess this also gives you any Peiko, not quite what you have in mind. Well, there's our Tempai, waiting 4-7, but can only win on 4.
I feel like the 7 so cut is the play, like the value greed. It might be also just slightly safer against whatever Seto's putting together.
And we talk about said shapes. What do you think of Otozuke Itsu on Dora Indicator?
I mean, it's not as bad when you have one player going for Kokushi, another player collecting So tiles. Oh, that's Ishanten.
Okay, that's an improvement. Now Ishanten needs what? The 1-mon in the south?
Yeah, south is 3 held. Atsumo.
Sumo! We're just talking about how bad a shape it is. You say it might be in the wall, and it is just Sumo.
Watani shuts down the Yakuman threat, and that will send us into all last. I believe we'll get a quick break to see the players' conditions, and they're going to be big.
Just Sumo. Well, it's not going to be that complicated. Watanabe needs double Yakuman. Seto, I believe, at minimum must have 1 Yakuman and probably 2.
Yeah,
you see double
it's
Yakuman
2
in the
for
condition
everything.
for both.
All right.
It's 1 Han, and double Yakuman. So, best of luck, question mark? Well, you'd hope we get a little more drama like we did in our last broadcast, but this one feels pretty over. It's also where Kitahara is in the lead, so has no reason to take it Tempai.
Right. Winner's lap for Utani and Kitahara. Maybe we can hope for some dramatic high pie full of honor tiles.
Well, the easiest double Yakuman are very clearly Suiso Daisungen and Suiso Shosushi. You can, in theory, stack Suanko with anything, but if you're building for Suiso, picking up one of the other Yakuman is significantly easier. So when you're in that situation, that tends to be it. The only time I've had a double Yakuman condition and I didn't go for one of those 2 hands was because I started 8 tiles in towards a Ryuiso Suanko, and I actually got to Tempai. I could not believe it.
I can barely believe it myself. But yeah, we're not really seeing the density of honor tiles to make either of those hands are realistic for.
Yeah, we can sit here and talk about how great these hands are, what their potential is, but it looking pretty over.
Well played to both Kitahara and Uotani over the course of this game.
This game, the series, of course, this is the third game of 3. I don't think we broadcast the first 2, but this is the qualifier for the semifinals for these players. Top 2 will advance, and barring a couple miracles here, it is going to be Uotani and Kitahara. So if something jumps out, we'll definitely get a little more excited. But as mentioned at the start of the hand, this feels like a victory lap. Well, it's the type of head where you look at it and go, maybe there's Juren, and then you realize you also need another Yakuban. And if that's not the saddest condition ever, but this isn't even one of the players that needs it.
It's so would be quite the finish. Uotani finished with the Chuden.
See the Haku pair up there. Going for the Suiso, probably Daisangen. As mentioned, that is one of the easier ways to get double Yakuman, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, not going for the swag play. Cuts the one.
Yeah, pretty much too many good shapes, so just had to decide which one to keep.
And yeah, if you can just Pinfu to close the game out, that's perfectly acceptable.
Fans will get to see these two players again, it looks like.
One pin. Well, big
tomorrow.
problem is almost moving towards Shinroto Suanko, and while that would be fun, I don't see it. Especially with one of the 2 1-pin out. Actually gets to Chitoi Ishan.
If only that was good enough.
Well, we'll have to cut one of these runs. Can go 1-2 here.
I like 1 mon, 5 mon.
Yes, I'm sure you do. For those who missed that, there is a Sanchoku route in there.
Specifically.
Happens to be one of Nathaniel's favorite.
We did see the last game end with a 2-3-4 Sanchoku as well. It really does seem to be the game-defining hand, huh?
Another Anko here.
Sorry, not Ishan 10. There's a 4-5-6.
No, it's Sananko Ishan.
Not a 4-4.
The 9 moves this ahead. Now Ishan 10 can call the south potentially.
You're gonna have to decide between 2-3-4 and 3-4-5, right?
Are you a true believer in the 2-3-4? No! Nathaniel's heart in absolute shambles.
So sad. It is going to be a good Sanchoku regardless. All Sanchoku are good Sanchoku.
And
another.
Now it's the Anko with the 3. It's an Anko and a completed run, not really a shape you're used to.
That allows any of your other 2 diamond shapes to be paired up, and you'll be Tempai with Tanyao too.
Moving towards the Suanko, but again needs Suanko Chinroto. There is our Tempai waiting on the south. Going to see a Chi here. Not Tempai yet.
It is a Tonki Tempai. It's just
it's right. It is because you have the 3-3-3, 3-4-5,
and that will do it.
Wants to get out of the Atazuke.
Was that a?
Oh yeah, that's a 6-7 weight, isn't it?
No, it should be. Should just be the 7, but no run called.
Well, that is going to be the end. A few draws here. So I realize we're a few steps ahead, but again, Uotani and Kitahara going to advance here. There's the south, and that deals in, and there it is.
I think the dealer won, so we might have to play another hand. For 39.
We do.
That's
That's actually kind of bad manner.
I would do that. I would do that if I think that the player actually is close to meeting the
Someone
condition.
has the goods,
Yeah.
but I don't like this at all.
Well, we will get to see one more hand played out. And honestly, that gives the other two players a chance at their double Yakuman condition.
Yeah, it gives them much better chances. You have at that point 99.9% chance at minimum of advancing, and now you're giving two more players a chance to build that double Yakuman. Again, you don't expect it to happen, but you've put yourself in a position to get into trouble, and there's no reason to.
Utani wishing she had just taken the road. Perhaps. But we will see one probably final hand. Again, the two players with W Yakuman conditions not getting that insane high.
Yeah,
What
and
would you
even
hope for?
dream of single Yakuman requires a pretty good start, and these hands are not those. Kitara says, you know what? I kind of like the victory laps. Let's take a second one. I'm enjoying this. That's why I consider this not so great manners. If you're Watanabe or Sato, it's in the best case, you're like, hey, I get another chance. In the worst case is, why didn't you just let me out of here?
Yeah, it looks like Uotani's speeding towards the Tenpai though.
Yeah, okay, no more funny business.
Already Ishanten with another Yaku, this time Itsu. We did see her win Itsu only.
The Itsu-Dora won.
Oh, yes. You're right. Previous hand to shut down a Yakuman potential. It was Watanabe in that hand with the Kokushi Ishanten, dealer Kokushi Ishanten.
Played to her condition, but just wasn't fast enough. And there's a reason Yakuman are worth a lot of points. It's because they're really hard.
They're really, really hard.
And 7-9 even going for the Chitoi route. 6 connects here with a shape. Again, that feels like a fold. We're greedy for more. 4 isn't going to do anything here. And I'm just not seeing anyone make anything out of this. Ishanten now.
It feels like a 6-pin.
Maybe this might be a Kitahara saying you're not getting out of here.
Yeah, 6-pin 7-pin is somewhat inefficient. It feels like she's trying to knock a Tenpai. The wall is just it's not letting her knock a Tenpai. Okay.
There we go. Okay, that is very much an opt-out. Anko here with the east, but it's not there. That's not enough. Watanabe similarly, just there's nothing there. And so I guess again, congratulations Utani and Kitahara. Eventually we'll make this official.
Kitara cutting away from the Sozu, still continues to draw like the Mon Anko. Okay, Tuso. It's hard to get back to Tenpai cutting Tuso. Surely the wall can't advance any further.
Give you another Tuso. Four pin is going to do it, and we just have a few draws left. Want 2 or 3 for everyone?
Yeah, getting into the very final draws. Once this ends, we will have the complete list of players that will be advancing to the next round.
To the semifinals, which we will have tomorrow, I believe.
Yes. 4 consecutive days of streaming. Sankei Shimbun individual finals. Seven pins, no
And,
good.
I mean, it's a beautiful hand, but it's not there, so. And even the single Yakima wouldn't be enough. 2 more draws, I believe.
And that will do it.
And there we have it.
No players Tenpai Kitahara will get the first place. Started this game with the lead. The dealer Baimon Sumo. Rinshan
Any
flipping
of
the
those
Dora.
points.
Would
Utani
confirmed
with a
it.
very strong second in both games, plus 26.6.
They played very well. Seto and Watanabe both gave a fair attempt at it, but fell just short, and so ends the quarterfinals.
So my statement is just Sumo, and I have also heard just Con. So what about if you just Con and then just Sumo? Turns out, pretty good strategy.
Turns out it's worth 24,000 points for Kitahara. And so we had
A little bit anticlimactic there, but all the action was in the game, which is a little earlier. You hope a little more drama there at the end, but certainly well played.
if you missed it and you want to
Congratulations.
see an exciting finish, check out the second game of the series. It came down to the final moments. But congratulations to all the players. Let's take a look at the players advancing. So in our quarterfinals, from Table A, Sugawara and Nagata. From yesterday's stream, Nakano and Maruyama as well. And Tojo and Harikae advanced from the tables that we saw play yesterday. And from today's stream, game number 1, Yonashiro confirmed her first place. Izumi took the second to advance into the semifinals. In the second game, Tomi and Hinata were the players that advanced. And the game we just saw, Utani and Kitahara advancing into the semifinals. And we'll see the tables for the semifinals also posted. This is who we're going to be able to watch tomorrow duke it out. 12 players will become 4 in the next couple of days. And those 4 players will trim down to one winner, one individual finalist for this year's Sankei Shimbun Cup.
All right, then. Any closing thoughts before we wrap it up?
And once again, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Absolutely. Make sure to give us a like and maybe even subscribe if you want to see more content from the World Riichi Championship channel. WRC channel will continue with the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2025-2026 edition after the conclusion of this one. Also, we have more broadcasts coming from other series as well. Particularly the Psycho-Sen team battle is ongoing as well, so definitely tune in for those as well. Tomorrow, again, top 12 will fight it out. Brutal one Han-Chan shootout. And you will want to see what happens in those singles games. There's one a second chance prize that will happen on Sunday as well, so be sure to tune in for the finals.
All right, then. With that, of course, thank you for everyone watching. And for Kyrol, Nathaniel, Jen, this is Korak on the Sankei Shimbun Cup. Hoping to see you tomorrow for the semifinals. Same time, same place.